2616 Information about the Demon God, Senior Brother's Calligraphy, 2-in-1. Buzz. Countless images appeared in Han Fei's mind. Those were the past battles. When he recalled them again, he felt that his killing intent was far from enough. Suddenly, this understanding disappeared, and Han Fei returned to reality. Senior Brother Undead said, "Congratulations to little Junior Brother for comprehending the Tao of Slaughter God." Senior Brother Azure Dragon said, "Little Junior Brother, well done." Fifth Senior Brother laughed. "Ha ha ha, I knew that little Junior Brother was born suitable for our Void Temple. You've comprehended the Tao of Slaughter God after only listening to it once. Not bad." Then, Senior Brother 6 God asked in shock, "Little Junior Brother, how did you comprehend it?" Fifth Senior Brother sneered and said, "How? Of course by killing 6 God. Now in our Void Temple, only you and Dark Shadow haven't comprehended the Tao of Slaughter God. You have to work harder." However, Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, "Fifth Senior Brother, I've already comprehended it. It's just that the Tao of Slaughter God has become my own unique way of showing it and changed its appearance." Gulp, ah. The fifth Senior Brother took a sip of wine and said, "Well, it seems that only 6 God hasn't comprehended it yet. TSK, 6 God. You have to work harder. Don't be surpassed by little Junior Brother." Senior Brother 6 God. Senior Sister Shenluk chuckled. "It doesn't matter. Junior Brother 6 God's path is different from ours. There's no need to force it. However, Junior Brother, you've comprehended an invincible Tao seed, which also means that your experience will be abnormally rough. This is a double-edged sword. You'd better be mentally prepared." Invincible Tao seed? Han Fei came back to his senses and found that there was a golden ancient seed embedded in his sea of consciousness. Huh? I have a Tao seed again? Han Fei was still dumbfounded. What the hell? I've only listened to one class. And a Tao seed was born? Isn't Senior Sister Shenli's class too awesome? Senior Sister Shenli said, "Alright, we've finished talking about the Tao of Slaughter God. Junior brothers and junior sisters, you can discuss freely now." Senior Brother 6 God immediately asked, "Little Junior Brother, how did you comprehend it? Is there any trick to comprehending the Tao of Slaughter God?" Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "I don't know." Senior Brother 6 God. "Believe it or not, I just feel that the Tao of Slaughter God is somewhat similar to the path of invincibility." Senior Brother 6 God turned his head. "Forget it. I can't even comprehend the God of Slaughter Tao, not to mention the path of invincibility. For generations, we've never heard of anyone comprehending the path of invincibility." Han Fei said, "Then it's not easy for me to explain." Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, "Junior Brother 6 God, I think you should come out more often. Although your path is different, you stay at home too much. When I have time, I'll go to you and take you out for a walk." Senior Brother 6 God smiled bitterly. Senior Sister Dark Shadow, "Do you think I have the time?" Lei Hing said, "Senior Brother 6 God, I think Senior Sister Dark Shadow is right. Why don't we go to the Star Sea to play?" Senior Brother 6 God said, "Now is not the time." Senior Brother 6 God said, "Little Junior Brother, you're in the East Sea Divine Realm, right? Recently, the Immortal Temple's soldier migration to the East may have almost been completed, so the battlefield in the East Sea Divine Realm may be quite fierce in the coming period of time. In addition, everyone. I heard some news. I heard that the inheritance of a sea-quelling god has appeared in the western desert. It said that it involves the primordial divine race. At present, there may be people entering the western desert from the Central Sea Divine Realm, our North Sea Divine Realm, and the South Sea Divine Realm. Junior brother Lei Hung, you like to run around. You can go and have fun. Lei Hung shrugged. I'll take a look when I have time. Are there many people from the primordial divine race? Senior brother Six God said, I don't know. I just got the news. It's just said that some traces were found. We may find out what exactly happened when the western desert is in chaos. It will take hundreds of years of open and covert conflicts before these things are revealed. Although senior brother Six God seemed to be a homebody, he had a wide range of information sources. When Han Fei heard about the primordial divine race, his heart stirred. He had pretended to be a member of the primordial divine race with Feng Xingliu. To be honest, he really wanted to go to the western desert. He wanted to see what the so-called wild ancient race were like. By the way, he wanted to see if he could find the original version of the Mirror of Infinity, the Yin-Yang Supreme Heavenly Mirror. However, he definitely didn't have time to go there now. He still had a lot of things to tend to. How could he have the time to wander around? Besides, it was not easy to travel across the sea realm. Senior sister Shenlu, does anyone have any other questions? Perhaps the information given by senior brother Six God was ambiguous and had no real value. Therefore, if there were no new questions, this gathering would be over. How could Han Fei agree? He immediately said, Senior brothers and senior sisters, I have a question to ask you. Senior brother Azure Dragon said, Little junior brother, just tell us. Han Fei asked, Senior brothers and senior sisters, do you know that in the infinite mining area of the East Sea Divine Realm, 1,000,000 years ago, there was a god named Demon God? Demon God? Senior brother Six God said, although it's the East Sea Divine Realm and a million years ago, since the other party is a god, we can check it out. Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus said, 1,000,000 years ago was too long ago. At that time, we hadn't taken shape yet. Senior brother Azure Dragon, what was your strength 1,000,000 years ago? Senior brother Azure Dragon circled in the sky. At that time, I didn't even exist. You should ask senior brother Undead and senior sister Shenlu. Senior brother Undead said, Demon God? I've never heard of it. I was in the Sea of Stars 1,000,000 years ago. I don't know if it was a god from the sea realm, but there was a guy named Ancient God Demon Moon back then. I don't know if he's related to this demon god. At this moment, fifth senior brother suddenly said, I happen to know this. More than 1,800,000 years ago, a demon god did appear in the East Sea Divine Realm. This person might not be famous, but he almost changed the cultivation pattern of an entire era. Green Lotus, Red Lotus, the technique you cultivate originates from this person. Huh? Both Green Lotus and Red Lotus were stunned. Red Lotus said, our techniques can be traced back to a god? Gulp. Ah. Fifth senior brother raised his head and drank a mouthful of hard liquor. It can't be traced back to a god, but this person is too peerlessly talented. He created a cultivation technique that can help one become a god. This technique is the cultivation technique of the demonic path, so he is the founder of the Tao of extreme balance. Huh? Instantly, many people looked at fifth senior brother. When he talked about the Tao of extreme balance, everyone became interested. This path was strange and powerful. Little junior brother had asked about this before. At that time, little junior brother accidentally reached the extreme balance, but unfortunately, it didn't last long. Hanfei was overjoyed. Fifth senior brother, do you know it? Holding the calabash, fifth senior brother laughed and said, I know a thing or two about it. I, your fifth senior brother, am famous for my extensive knowledge of the age of the gods. After bragging for a while, fifth senior brother said with a smile, the demon god was very talented, but he died after creating this path. It said that after he fused with the Tao and became a god, he died. It's hard to say how he died. It's recorded that this person is too talented, has a temperamental personality and is very ferocious and bloodthirsty, so people were determined to kill this person. This is also the most common saying. Similarly, the people taking the demonic Tao in the following eras are hated by everyone. Because of this, the path created by the demon god is not recognized, so anyone who embarks on this path will be hunted down as long as they are discovered. Then he continued, there's another saying that after the demon god became a god, he had dual personalities. After he became a god, he fought with himself and died in the infinite mining area of the Eastern Sea Divine Province, using the mountains to suppress himself. The exact reason is unknown. Dual personality? Hanfei was stunned. If this demon god created the god-fiend formless technique, he either had dual spiritual heritages or a twin body, just like the green lotus and red lotus. However, the dual personality that fifth senior brother mentioned made Hanfei see a new direction. However, even if they had dual personalities, his selves should share the same body. How could he fight himself? Also, since it was a body, it should only have one spiritual heritage. Could a boy with dual personalities, but one spiritual heritage, cultivate the god-fiend formless technique? Hanfei didn't think it would work. Perhaps this was why this demon god died. As soon as he became a god, the old turtle and the demon vanquishing tree left without saying where they were going. Were they going to find the inheritance of this demon god? Hanfei said, fifth senior brother, do you know where this demon god fought? It's where he might die. Fifth senior brother said, I think it's called the God-Burying Ridge. But it's not clear where the God-Burying Ridge is. I only know that it must be in the infinite mining area. But it's said that the infinite mining area is very large, and in the depths of the infinite mining area, countless battles broke out and too many strong masters died. In the depths, there might even be demons at the level of great monarchs. Little junior brother, are you now in the infinite mining area? Hanfei nodded. Yes, senior brother. Fifth senior brother said, little junior brother, are you still studying the path of extreme balance? If you really want to take this path, you have to think carefully. The creator of this path, that demon god, didn't really succeed. Hanfei cupped his hands. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. I'll keep it in mind. Don't worry. I won't embark on this path unless I'm absolutely sure. But I think this path may have merits. What if it can be improved? Senior sister Shunlu said in a dignified voice, little junior brother, the Difficulty of creating a divine technique may exceed your imagination. There are some things in the world that once you embark on them, you won't be able to turn back. Just like your supreme divine technique, once you embark on this path, there's no possibility of turning back. If you want to use the path of the demon god to break through the shackles of the supreme divine technique, you have to be very careful. Han Fei bowed. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Sister Shenlu. I'll remember it. Senior Sister Green Lotus said, Little junior brother, if you really embark on this path in the future and encounter great difficulties, remember to tell me and Red Lotus. The only people here who know this path should be the two of us. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Definitely. In the Void Temple, the senior brothers and senior sisters wouldn't restrict you from taking any path. Your paths would be chosen by yourselves. Even if you died in the end, it was your choice. However, at critical moments, the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple would definitely be generous with their help, preventing many bad things from happening. Han Fei didn't dwell on this question anymore. He already knew the location of the God-burying ridge. With the help of the vast ocean navigator, it shouldn't be difficult to find the God-burying ridge. It wasn't easy for the old turtle's original body to send this message. He definitely didn't want him to die. Therefore, this trip shouldn't be so dangerous. Then, Han Fei looked at Senior Brother Azure Dragon and said, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, can you do me a favor? Senior Brother Azure Dragon was slightly surprised, but he asked gently. What's up, Junior Brother? Han Fei asked, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, do you remember when you appeared in the Sea Realm that day, an immortal-level female monarch from the capital of horror had helped me? Azure Dragon nodded. Oh, I remember her. Her strength is not bad, but judging from her temperament, she shouldn't be suitable for you. Cough, cough. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Senior Brother, what are you thinking? She has done me a big favor recently. I don't want to owe her a favor. If I have to owe a favor, I'd rather owe you a favor. So, Senior Brother, you told her not to be bound by the shackles that day. Is there any way to remove them? Senior Brother Azure Dragon laughed. Little Junior Brother, it's really good that you have such an understanding. Who knows what other people will ask you to return the favor? If you have to owe someone a favor, you should owe your senior brothers and junior brothers. Lei Heng. You should learn this from little junior brother. Han Fei glanced at Lei Heng, who had been implicated. Did senior brother Lei Heng often owe people favors? Lei Heng explained awkwardly, haha, I've already paid off most of the favors I owe. Senior Brother Azure Dragon ignored Lei Heng and looked at Han Fei. Little Junior Brother, you may not understand me even if I tell you. How about this? I'll write a character and you can just give it to her. Whether she can understand it or not, you can repay all the favors you owe her at once. If you don't owe her a big favor, she will owe you a favor, understood? Huh? Oh, okay. Han Fei wondered what character could make an immortal-level strong cultivator owe him a favor? Senior Brother Azure Dragon no longer maintained his dragon form but transformed into a human. Stepping in the air, he extended his finger and a golden page condensed in the air. Senior Brother Azure Dragon wrote a big character in a flamboyant and casual manner. Senior Brother Azure Dragon withdrew his hand and flicked his finger, and the Golden paper passed through the void and landed in front of Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't see any words on it. Senior Brother Azure Dragon said proudly, "This character can be read by activating it with the power of heaven and earth. But Junior Brother, you'd better not read it. It's unnecessary and harmful to your body." Han Fei? Han Fei thought to himself, "That's too much. If you don't want me to read it, why did you tell me how to read it?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Then I'll definitely have to read it. With the Great Tao of Life replacement in my hand, I can read anything. I don't believe a single word can kill me." The great monarch's writings could be seen in many places. Although this character carried the suppressing pressure of a great monarch, it shouldn't be too harmful, right? Of course, Han Fei didn't show it, but immediately bowed to Senior Brother Azure Dragon and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Azure Dragon." Senior Brother Azure Dragon snorted proudly and then said, "It's a small matter. Anything else, little Junior Brother?" Han Fei chuckled. "There's one more thing. Senior brothers and senior sisters. Once a strong master's consciousness is corrupted by the ominous, why does he become the one spreading the ominous while retaining his memories?" Han Fei had been puzzled about this. Since the great monarch Bloody Hand had a good relationship with the old turtle in the past, he should only know how to resist the ominous. However, the great monarch Bloody Hand's consciousness was quite clear. It was just purely demonized. This time, Senior Brother Undead said, "Once a strong cultivator's consciousness is polluted by the ominous, his heart will be corroded. Therefore, even if he has his previous memories, his heart will change and he will be demonized." Han Fei asked, "So, is this also a kind of mental demon?" Senior Brother Undead said, "You can say that. If the darkness in your heart is completely stimulated, it's only natural for you to be demonized." Han Fei said, "Thank you for enlightening me, Senior Brother Undead." After Han Fei asked this question, they dispersed. Obviously, the span of 10 years was very short and it was difficult for anything major to happen, so no one had anything to say. Only Han Fei had all kinds of questions to ask every time. They had all experienced this situation. Before proving Tao, there would indeed be many problems, so they could very well understand why Han Fei had so many thoughts and questions. After the meeting was successfully over, Senior Sister Shunlu said, "Since everyone has been well recently, let's disperse. Feng Yu won't be coming over anytime soon. She should have proven Tao by the next gathering at most. This will be great news. We can celebrate it and let eldest Senior Brother give us a treat." "Give us a treat? Han Fei?" Fifth Senior Brother immediately shouted, "Then next time, I will definitely come. This opportunity is rare." Lei Heng also shouted, "Well, I'll come on time too." Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus both giggled and promised, "This is even rarer than 100-year gathering. Then we'll treat everyone to fruits." Speaking of eating fruits, Han Fei heard a slurp next door. Han Fei was lost for words. What kind of fruits could make Senior Brother 6 God drool? Anyway, everyone seemed quite happy. Han Fei knew that he couldn't be absent from the next 2 gatherings. Eldest Senior Brother will give them a treat. And Senior Sister Green Lotus and Red Lotus will treat them to fruits. He definitely wouldn't miss something like this. After leaving the Void Temple, Han Fei felt refreshed. But he didn't enter the Mind Demon stream immediately but stayed above the sea of stars. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, a golden Dao seed appeared in front of his eyes. This was the first time Han Fei could freely control a Dao seed. He found it rather baffling that a Dao seed was born after he listened to senior sister Shenli's preaching. However, Han Fei roughly knew why this Dao seed was born. He casually punched out, and as the invincible fist punched out, Han Fei sensed that the fist mark contained an extremely murderous aura. This power actually increased the power of the invincible fist by 30%. Huh? Is this the Tao of Slaughter God? It has such an effect after the Tao of Slaughter God fused with the invincible path? Han Fei did a few more experiments and found that the killing intent in the invincible fist was actually active, which shocked him. This meant that if an invincible fist mark landed on the enemy, even if the other party blocked it, once the power of the fist mark invaded the other party's body, the killing intent of the Tao of Slaughter God might directly destroy the other party's power circulation, destroy the other party's power system, or even kill him. The combination of the Tao of Slaughter God and the invincible path didn't just increase his strength by 30%, but the real effect might have doubled. No wonder Han Fei couldn't help but grin. No wonder everyone wanted to listen to senior sister Shenli's preaching. Eldest senior brother's preaching was so abstruse that it might take a long time for them to get the benefits. But senior sister Shenli's preaching directly benefited everyone. If that was the case, Han Fei felt that it would be great if senior sister Shenli could preach more in the future. After trying again, Han Fei roughly understood the function of the God of Slaughter Dao. Perhaps his understanding was not enough, or perhaps he was restricted by the invincible Dao seed. So far, the God of Slaughter Dao could only be used in conjunction with the invincible Dao seed, because the two were compatible with each other. However, Han Fei knew that this was only temporary. Once he fully understood the characteristics of the Tao of Slaughter God, he would be able to apply the power of the Tao of Slaughter God to all his combat skills in a few years at most. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he could stay on the origin star for a few more years and leave after he completely comprehended the Tao of Slaughter God. Of course, Han Fei felt that the invincible Dao seed wasn't very useful if it was put in the depths of his soul. After all, the Dao seed represented the great Dao, the talent and potential on this path, and the cultivation speed. Wherever it was the same. In that case, he should put it in his star core. In this way, it would not delay the use of his power, increase the cohesion of the star core, and greatly accelerate the compression of the star core. It was the best of both worlds. 6 years later. In the past 6 years, the mind demon stream had almost been trampled flat. And the blood spring that once suppressed Bloody Hand had no ominous power in it now. It must have been completely eliminated by the monarchs. As for the Emperor Sparrow, it had swallowed the ominous power for about 2 months in a row and hadn't even completely condensed the fourth Dao lock. One day 6 years later, in the depths of a certain mine in the northern mining area, Puppet City was located. Of course, Han Fei couldn't stay in the natural training ground in the mine demon stream, but fortunately, Puppet City was still there, as were many training fields in Puppet City. Over the years, the 7-kill army repaired Puppet City while cultivating. When they were free, they could still find the mine demons deep in the mine to fight. Their days were busy, but exciting. However, such peaceful days obviously wouldn't last long. Therefore, on this day, after Han Fei found the last 2 origin stars in the mine demon stream, the origin stars of the strong cultivators who died in the Northern expedition had all been taken by Han Fei. Han Fei knew that it wasn't until this day that the Northern expedition was truly over. 100 Alliance City. Wu Shuang had been cultivating here for 6 years. In fact, they had gained a lot from the Northern expedition. This was because those itinerant cultivators had exchanged many things they obtained for godly weapons, so Wu Shuang had obtained some precious medicines. Besides, the monarch-level battle had inspired her a lot. As a strong cultivator who was about to prove Tao, this kind of inspiration was very significant. It could be said that it was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Of course, this was not the reason why Wu Shuang stayed in the infinite mining area. She was actually waiting for Han Fei to return. This day was Wu Shuang's 5th year of cultivation in seclusion. Not long after returning from the mine demon stream, Wu Shuang handed over her power and focused on cultivation. Suddenly, Wu Shuang felt that something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, she found that Han Fei was already standing in front of her. Wu Shuang's pupils were constricted slightly, but then she smiled. When did you come back? Just now. Wu Shuang rose and waved her hand, and a tea table, a tea set, and 2 chairs appeared in front of her. She made tea naturally and asked, casually, have you finished dealing with the matters in Puppet City? Han Fei nodded and casually threw out 10,000 level 7 minerals. This is what I promised to give to your capital of horror. Wu Shuang smiled and said, actually, there's no need. Our capital of horror has actually benefited a lot from the Northern expedition. Han Fei shook his head. But you also took corresponding risks. In the situation at that time, I wasn't absolutely sure that everyone could survive. In fact, if there was an accident at that time, everyone might die, including you. So, you deserve this. Wu Shuang warmed the water with spiritual fire. Seeing how determined Han Fei was, she nodded. Thank you very much. Have the 9 giant god turtle and Senior Mystic One really died? Han Fei nodded. Yes, those were their remnant souls, and not as strong as their original bodies in the first place. They didn't die with regret. They died in glory. Wu Shuang sighed slightly. What a pity. With that, Han Fei poured out a cup of tea and handed it to Han Fei. Han Fei took it and drank it up. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a golden page. Han Fei said, this is my return to the Queen of Horror. Huh? Wu Shuang looked at the golden page curiously. This was what she had been waiting for in the infinite mining area. This thing concerned whether her Majesty could advance to the level of great monarch, so she had to take it seriously. However, this golden page didn't have any words. Just like Han Fei, Wu Shuang asked curiously, no words? Han Fei said, this is a word. As long as you activate it with the power of heaven and earth, you can read it. But you'd better not read it. It's unnecessary and harmful to your body. Wu Shuang asked, is it that simple? Han Fei asked, yes. Wu Shuang was speechless. You've already told me. Can't I be tempted to take a look? This is a treasure that can help Her Majesty advance to the level of great monarch. It would be a waste not to take a look. She didn't believe that she could destroy this writing after taking a look. That would be underestimating the Void Temple. Wu Shuang accepted it without further ado. She said, now that you're back, I should go. I've learned a lot from the battle in the Northern expedition. I Feel that my time of proving Tao may be greatly brought forward. If it's fast, it'll be 30 or 50 years, and if it's slow, it'll be 70 or 80 years. Perhaps the next time we meet, we'll both be monarchs. Han Fei grinned. I wish you luck. Wu Shuang asked, what about you? Your strength has improved rapidly. When are you going to prove your Tao? Han Fei said, I have a lot of things to do. I still have to wait. Thinking of Han Fei's ability to cause trouble, Wu Shuang couldn't help but remind him many factions suffered heavy losses in the northern expedition 6 years ago. Many of them put the blame on you. In addition, you're now in charge of Puppet City, but you haven't proven Tao, so many people are coveting you. In the past few years, many monarchs have secretly snuck into the infinite mining area, so you'd better not show your face in the coming period of time. Han Fei smiled. It should be more than that, right? Wu Shuang said, because of the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow, the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts are paying special attention to you, and their purpose is unknown. The divine beasts are most likely extremely hostile to you, but it's difficult to say for the ferocious beasts. After all, the Emperor Sparrow hasn't proven Tao and hasn't grown up yet. Han Fei nodded. So, in fact, the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts have established strongholds in the 100 Alliance City to monitor my movements? Wu Shuang, the strongholds were specially established for you. Interesting. Han Fei didn't say much to Wu Shuang. He simply had a cup of tea and left. Not long after Han Fei left, Wu Shuang couldn't wait to take out the golden page out of pure curiosity. Han Fei didn't seem to be afraid of her reading it, so he casually told her how to read it. She poured the power of heaven and earth into it. In the next moment, she saw the golden paper flash with the word monarch written on it. However, before she had the time to find out what was special about the monarch character, her vision blurred. It was not that she couldn't see, but that she couldn't stop crying. As if driven by some power, she cried crazily. Wu Shuang's first thought was that she might have to use her perception instead of her eyes. However, when she used her perception also became blurred, and her tears flowed harder. Wu Shuang couldn't have felt worse. She finally understood why Han Fei said not to look at it, because it would hurt her body. It was embarrassing. She couldn't stop her tears now. She felt that her eyes were constantly sore. And she had to use her tears to soothe this soreness. Wu Shuang steeled her heart and her eyes exploded. When her eyes condensed again, she was shocked to find that she was still crying. Ah! Han Fei, you liar! Han Fei, the culprit, was in a good mood and had already left. He smiled and thought to himself, I cried for 3 days and 3 nights and complained about Senior Brother Azure Dragon more than 10,000 times in my heart. Now, someone can finally feel the same pain as I did back then. Just thinking about it made me feel good. Han Fei had already guessed that the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts would set up strongholds in the 100 Alliance City. But he didn't care. If he didn't want to be discovered, even a monarch wouldn't be able to find him. He was not going to subdue the ferocious beasts now. After all, there were immortal-level powerhouses on their side. It was almost impossible for the Emperor Sparrow to subdue these ferocious beasts now. For Han Fei, he had already benefited a lot from this trip to the infinite mining area. Of course, he hadn't finished his main business yet. He came here with the intention of breaking the foundation of the city of scavengers and the city of origin in the infinite mining area. Previously, he thought that the infinite mining area continuously provided resources to the chaotic wasteland, so breaking the foundation here would inevitably cause great damage to the chaotic wasteland. But now it seemed that even if the foundation of these two major factions was really broken, even if he directly destroyed the city of scavengers, it might not necessarily shake their true strength. However, since he was already here, he still had to do this thing, but he had to be flexible. Now, Han Fei didn't want to directly destroy the power of the city of scavengers and the city of origin. It was easy for him to destroy them with the 200,000 puppet army, let alone the city of scavengers and the city of origin. He might even be able to take down the 100 Alliance city. Of course, once the puppet army appeared, his whereabouts would be exposed. He hadn't left the infinite mining area yet, so there was no need to take this risk. Besides, once the city of scavengers and the city of origin were destroyed, it would inevitably alert the enemy, which was not the result Han Fei wanted. Of course, this didn't mean that Han Fei wouldn't do anything. The human race had been enslaved by the 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years. How could this grudge be offset by the lives of just a few hundred sky-openers? Half a month later. City of Scavengers Camp. City of Scavengers, ranked in the 32nd place of the 100 Alliance. Controlled 1 super mine, 3 large mines, 7 medium mines, and 23 small mines. It controlled a lot of resources. However, after the northern expedition, more than half of the strong masters died. Therefore, many people began to covet the resources controlled by the city of scavengers, and their status naturally began to loosen. In the past 6 years, the city of scavengers lost 3 mid-sized mines and 7 small ones. This loss was not small. It took the city of scavengers countless years to take the territory now owned by them. Losing so much in just 6 years further fueled the confidence of those coveting them. On this day, an internal meeting of the city of scavengers was held. There were 11 perfected star transformation realm cultivators and 21 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators present. These people were all from the 10,000 scale race, and none of them were aliens. At this moment, these people were discussing with each other noisily. One cultivator with 4 Dao locks said, "Master Beihai, I ask our city to send 2 more 3 Dao lock level strong cultivators over. In just 6 years. The super mine I'm in charge of has experienced 7 battles. At first, it was just a test, but now, without even trying, someone has blatantly started to attack the peripheral strong cultivators of our mine. If this continues, I'm afraid the super mine will be lost." Another Dao lock level powerhouse said, "Master Beihai, I also request our city to send some people over. In the past 6 years, we have lost 2 Dao lock level powerhouses and 5 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Now we only have 6 people guarding the 3 large mines. We can't defend them at all. I don't ask for much. As long as I can be given 10 more perfected star transformation realm cultivators, it should be enough. Okay?" Another perfected star transformation realm cultivator added, "Master Beihai, I got the news from a camp of the itinerant cultivators recently. The Grand Development sect is accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity to snatch our 3 large mines in one go. If we don't have people, I'm afraid that, unless you take action personally, the 3 mines might be snatched by those scoundrels of the Grand Development sect." As soon as he said so, a female cultivator of the 10,000 scale race Said Master Beihai, in fact, our small minds are the most miserable. In the past 6 years, as many as 27 people have died in battle, including 5 peak level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Furthermore, more than 8 forces have secretly attacked us. They seem to have formed an alliance and can attack us at any time. Master Beihai, we can't go on like this. Knock, knock, knock. Humph. Zhang Beihai knocked on the table and said, okay, I already know your appeal. Otherwise, why do you think I came to you this time? Buzz. As Zhang Beihai issued an order in his heart, a world phantom was projected. And then as many as 50 sky-opening realm cultivators appeared at once. Even the weakest was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Zhang Beihai said indifferently, don't the forces outside want the minds of the city of scavengers? In that case, why don't we let them take them all at once? I want to see how many people will attack us. Tong Hua. I'm here. Tong Hua was the strong master who guarded the super mine alone. Seeing that Zhang Beihai had brought so many people here at once, he was in a much better mood. Among these people, there were actually 3 strong cultivators with 3 Dao locks. It seemed that their city attached great importance to the infinite mining area. Zhang Beihai said, the super mine can be put aside for the time being. I'll arrange for someone to put on a show with you. Pretend to be seriously injured. After killing this person and lure those who are up to no good to take the bait. After that, Zhang Beihai looked at the other 2. Chen Di, keep up the act. If anything happens to Tong Hua, you won't have a good time either. You'll be a part of the show. Try to attract all the conspiracies and wipe them out at once. As soon as Zhang Beihai told them his plan, Tong Hua and Chen Di immediately nodded. This was a wonderful plan to lure the enemy. Once all parties who coveted them found that the city of scavengers was helpless, they would most likely take the mines first, then fight among themselves or divide them up. In any case, at that moment, all kinds of monsters jumped out. If the enemies were wiped out, they would definitely be able to re-establish the prestige of the city of scavengers. However, among the few people guarding the small and medium-sized mines, someone immediately said, Master Beihai, what about our small and medium-sized mines? Zhang Beihai said, there are still 4 mid-sized mines left. I'll arrange for 1 cultivator with 3 Dao locks and 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators to ambush them. But even so, your battle will be a little difficult, because most factions don't have the ability to compete for super and large mines. Their goal will naturally be small and medium-sized mines. Another person hurriedly said, Master Beihai, who will set up an ambush in our small mines? However, this time, Zhang Beihai looked dignified. No ambush in the small mines. Huh? The man's face changed greatly, and he said quickly, Master Beihai, small mines are the easiest to snatch. If the forces outside gang up on us, our small mines will be greatly affected, and many people will attack us. However, Zhang Beihai snorted and said, if the small mines are not snatched, what reason do we have to take revenge on them one by one? The Northern expedition has made the 100 Alliance city doubt the strength of the city of scavengers. So, let's take this opportunity to annex some small forces. Then we may be able to break into the top 10 forces of the 100 alliances. For a moment, they all gasped. So Zhang Beihai was deliberately throwing out the small minds for others to divide up. After that, he would have enough reason to take action and take back everything with both principle and interest. At that time, the reputation and power of the city of scavengers would definitely rise to a higher level, and the resources available would naturally increase greatly. Zhang Beihai had considered everything except the lives of ordinary sky openers and sea establishers. He even took it for granted that if their lives could be exchanged for further progress of the city of scavengers, everything would be worth it. Those people immediately took a deep breath. Yes, Master Beihai. Zhang Beihai nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, by the way, where is Yi Fenglu now? Tong Hua said, Master Beihai, he is cultivating in our super mine. This person is extremely focused on cultivation. In just a few decades, he is about to enter the star transformation realm and will have a 640,000 kilometer star transformation. He is really a top heavenly talent. However, Zhang Beihai said casually, let him fight in the small mines. Huh? Tong Hua was taken aback for a moment. Master Beihai, he was personally sent over by Master Hong Huang. His identity is similar to Bai Ranran's. At that time, there will be heavy casualties on the small mines. He is still trying to enter the star transformation realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to survive such a big battle. Humph. Zhang Beihai snorted coldly. No matter how talented he is, he's not a member of the 10,000 scale race. Old Zhao thinks he can control everything. This guy's cultivation speed is extremely fast. If he really reaches the peak level late-stage star transformation realm, what, will he still be promoted? If he dies, so be it. If he doesn't, let him try managing a small mine. Yes, Lord Beihai. Tong Hua was speechless. No matter how small a small mine was, it was still a mine. Wouldn't it attract hatred if he let a person who hadn't entered the star transformation realm manage it? Who knew when he would be killed? Just as Zhang Beihai was gloating over his perfect plan, Han Fei walked into the super mine of the city of scavengers, avoiding the eyes of a 2-Dao lock level cultivator, and went directly to the depths of the super mine. In a cave deep underground, Zhang Daqian suddenly opened his eyes, and an invisible barrier appeared slightly. Zhang Daqian seemed to be motionless, but in fact, the person sitting here had become Han Fei. Impersonating Zhang Daqian and capturing Zhang Beihai was Han Fei's plan. However, from the looks of it, Zhang Daqian hadn't been put in an important position yet. The specific reason was that in the eyes of many strong masters in the infinite mining area, Zhang Daqian and Bai Ranran just had very strong backgrounds. Besides, these two people were both geniuses. In the beginning, they were arranged to take the basic trials many times. However, in less than 2 years, they had passed all the basic trials. In the subsequent battles, few people in the same realm as them could compete with them. Because of this, everyone knew they were talented, so most strong masters neglected to teach them. Basically, they would let them participate in whatever they could participate in. They could cultivate as they pleased as if this was their special privilege. This was a good thing, but the problem was that Han Fei couldn't find a chance to approach Zhang Beihai. It seemed that Zhang Beihai just ignored them. Han Fei thought that he had enough resources for Zhang Daqian to quickly enter the star transformation realm. All he needed to do was disguise himself for 2 years, and then he could show his extraordinary talent when he entered the star transformation realm to win Zhang Beihai's favor. Once Zhang Beihai met him alone, his chance would come. It would only be 2 years. Han Fei could afford to wait. However, on the second day after Han Fei disguised himself as Zhang Daqian, Tong Hua, who he rarely saw, took the initiative to find Han Fei. Han Fei's first reaction was that he had been discovered. But that's impossible. However, Tong Hua smiled and said, "Little Yi, how's your star transformation? Progressed recently?" Han Fei thought to himself, he hasn't discovered my real identity. Han Fei rose quickly and cupped his hands. "My lord, I think I can enter the star transformation realm in about 2 years. So soon?" Tong Hua was stunned. How many years had it been? Less than 20 years, and he was already about to enter the star transformation realm? To be honest, Tong Hua had never seen such a monster. But thinking of Zhang Beihai's arrangement, he said, "Well, very good. If I remember correctly, you tried to enter the star transformation realm 15 years ago. It's only been 15 years now, and 17 years in 2 years. Very good. However, you may have to pause your cultivation. I have a very important mission for you. Let me tell you in advance, this mission is abnormally difficult. It's a combat trial and extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you might even die. Little Yi, this is Lord Beihai's arrangement. I'm afraid you'll have to take the mission." Han Fei's heart did a flip. **T, a mission? Wouldn't it waste more time?" Tong Hua continued. "Little Yi, let me remind you that if you're really defeated in this actual battle, you'd better retreat. Don't fight head-on. Your life is more important. With your relationship, even if you avoid fighting, Lord Beihai won't do anything to you. At most, he will teach you a lesson." Tong Hua was not stupid. Yi Fenglu was the strongest sea establisher in the 100,000-year competition. If such a person died in his hands, God knew if Zhao Hongyang would blame him. Therefore, he felt that it wouldn't hurt to remind Yi Fenglu. After this battle, if Yi Fenglu didn't die, he would go to manage a small mine. If he died, it would have nothing to do with him. Han Fei's heart stirred. What kind of dangerous mission was this? Tong Hua was literally telling him to retreat if he was defeated. Han Fei pretended to be surprised and then said, "Thank you for your advice, Senior Tong Hua. If I'm really defeated, I'll retreat and apologize to Lord Beihai in person." Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that I just need to be a deserter. Then maybe Zhang Beihai will have to teach me a lesson in person. And he just needed an excuse to meet Zhang Beihai. That was great. He had thought he would have to wait 2 years, but it seemed that he didn't even have to wait a few days. The next day after Tong Hua reminded Han Fei was sent to the small mine area. Along with Han Fei, there were many strong masters who had entered the star transformation realm and hadn't even entered the star transformation realm. There were as many as 38 of them. However, Han Fei found that more than half of these 38 people were not from the 10,000 scale race, but from the Blade clan, the Frog race, and the primitive tribes near the infinite mining area. Besides, Han Fei didn't find Bai Ran among these people. Remembering Tong Hua's reminder yesterday, Han Fei had a hunch that something might happen to the small mines. The 10,000 scale race and the Heavenly Cicada clan were both big clans that emphasized bloodline inheritance. Just like the countless primitive tribes near the infinite mining area, they only trusted their own people. The most. A mission that involved a large number of other clans could never be an easy mission. However, Han Fei didn't care. The so-called danger was only relative. Even if a 5 lock level powerhouse came, it was impossible for him to kill him. Therefore, Han Fei was not nervous at all. In the infinite mining areas, the biggest difference between super, large, medium, and small mines was the level of the minerals produced. A small mine was a basic mine. Most of them were cultivation places for sea establishers and early-stage sky openers. The small mines produced level 1 minerals. Most of the mine demons here were imprisoned as trial targets. Occasionally, when cultivators were cultivating and digging small mines, they would encounter mine demons, which strong masters wouldn't interfere with. Life and death were up to fate. If they couldn't even survive such encounter wars, they would naturally be eliminated. However, it was precisely because small mines were most suitable to nurture peak-level sea establishers and early-level sky openers that the demand for them in the infinite mining areas was the greatest. The number of small mines generally determined the ability of this faction to inject fresh blood. The more small mines there were, the easier it would be to nurture sea establishers, and the faster they would be nurtured. Therefore, in the battles among the major factions, small-sized mines were as popular as medium-sized ones. As for mid-sized mines, they were mainly targeted at the strong masters from early-stage sky opening realm to the early-stage star transformation realm. They were usually large mines overexploited. Therefore, there were even occasionally level 3 minerals here, but most of them were mixed combinations of level 1 or level 2 minerals. Because there were high-level minerals here, low-level minerals would be produced very quickly here. In terms of value, just like small mines, they were very popular. As for the large and super mines, the demand was actually not high. Those who could cultivate and train here were mostly in the star transformation or late stage star transformation realm. The mine demons here were also relatively powerful. However, the super large mines were mainly resource-rich and included minerals of various levels. Low-level minerals were also produced the fastest. Of course, many people were competing for such a mine. Every super-large mine that had been discovered was often accompanied by the death of many strong cultivators. The mobilization of Han Fei and the others didn't need to be concealed at all, because now many forces were clearly trying to snatch and occupy the mines of the city of scavengers. Under such circumstances, they certainly would send more people to guard their mines. However, for those who were already prepared to snatch the mines, no amount of manpower could help. They knew that the team of City of Scavengers in the northern expedition had been completely wiped out, so they were short of manpower. If they didn't directly pull the City of Scavengers down from its high position at this time, when would they? Therefore, a war against the City of Scavengers had been brewing. Similarly, the situation in the City of Origin wasn't much better. The difference was that the City of Origin was the 10th major faction of the 100 Alliance City. Therefore, even though they had 100 cultivators above the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm die, there were still some people who believed that they still had some trump cards. Of course, there were definitely all kinds of tests. On the third day after Han Fei was transferred to the small mine area, he was assigned to the best small mine in the City of Scavengers. Along with him were 1 late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, 2 star transformation realm cultivators, 3 early-stage star transformation realm cultivators, and more than 2,000 sea establishers. And this mine already had one late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, 2 star transformation realm cultivators, and 3,000 sea establishers. All in all, the mine that Han Fei was in, whether it was the number of sky openers or sea establishers, was the most well-equipped and strongest of the small mines controlled by the city of scavengers. Including Han Fei, there were a total of 9 sky openers, more than in any other small mine. A Blade Clan cultivator who came with Han Fei said, "Fellow Daoist Feng Lu, it seems that we all took advantage of you." Han Fei asked indifferently, "What do you mean?" The man smiled and said, "I heard that other small mines have at most 4 or 5 sky openers and only 2 or 3,000 sea establishers. On our side, there are 9 sky openers and 5,000 sea establishers. This is meant to take special care of you in case anything happens to you." Han Fei glanced at the man casually, thinking to himself, maybe this guy is a so-called leak. The more people there are, the easier it is to be attacked. Don't you understand this logic? The city of scavengers is already in such a state. Who would hesitate to attack you just because you have a few more people? Of course, Han Fei certainly wouldn't explain anything to this person. He simply said, "Don't take chances. A great battle is inevitable." Soon, the 9 sky openers gathered. One of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although we might have to experience a big battle this time, the real main battlefield is clearly our small mine. The super mine is definitely the main battlefield. Of course, in any case, we have to be careful in case others take advantage of it." Someone sighed. Thinking back to the past, when have we ever been so nervous and vigilant? It's all the human butcher's fault for killing most of the strong masters of our city. Otherwise, how could these mixed small forces dare to attack us? Another late-stage star transformation realm cultivator said, "In any case, we can't take it lightly. Don't think that only small factions will attack us. Even if a small faction takes away a small mine, can they keep it? The so-called small factions might just be those large factions in disguise." With that said, the person glanced at Han Fei and said to him via voice transmission, "Fellow Daoisti, my name is Zhou Fu. The higher-ups have special instructions. If you encounter any danger, you can come to me. Don't try too hard." Han Fei thought that Tong Hua was quite careful. He had been transferred here, but he still arranged for someone to protect him. Han Fei replied, "Okay." Boom. Not long after they gathered, the weather suddenly changed, and a great Dao crack appeared. Everyone was nervous, and someone said, "Not good." A great Dao crack of this level appeared definitely because of the death of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. A battle must have already broken out in the large and super mines. Someone cheered, "Everyone, don't panic. In a battle of factions, the strong usually fight first. Only when the strong win or lose will the following small-scale battles erupt. We have Lord Beihai, who can lead us to the 32nd place of the 100 alliances. How can others shake him?" Rumble. But just as this person finished speaking, another great Dao crack appeared in the sky. This time, the weather change was very close, and it was also a meteorological phenomenon for the death of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Someone immediately said, "It's so close. I'm afraid something happened at the mid-sized mine?" Someone was surprised. That doesn't make sense. The battle of the strong hasn't finished yet. Who dares to touch the mid-sized mines? Someone said, what if the other party attacks all our mines at the same time? Someone asked nervously, how can it be? How many people will have to be deployed? Buzz. However, when everyone looked in a certain direction in the void opened, and 13 sky openers flew out. In addition to the 13 sky openers, there were also 8,000 sea establishers who came out of the void one after another. Obviously, they had figured out the real situation of the mine where Han Fei was. Therefore, they had sent 50% more people. It seemed that they were determined to take over this mine. Hiss. Everyone gasped, and Zhou Fu shouted, everyone, get ready for battle. It's not that we can't lose the small mines, but we can't easily lose them. The other party doesn't have many people in this battle. We can still fight. The other person landed above the small mine and opened a barrier with one hand. The 5,000 sea establisher troop was already ready. In the infinite mining areas, it was common for large-scale battles to break out for snatching resources. Under normal circumstances, no one would interfere. This was because in battle for mines, when the upper echelons combat power was about the same, it was basically fought by sea establisher's and early-stage star transformation realm cultivators. This way, not only could they ensure that others wouldn't benefit from it, but they could also show their strength and train their soldiers. But that was a competition for resources under normal circumstances, and today's situation was special. The invaders seemed to be fighting on multiple fronts, so they could only rely on themselves. Kill. There was nothing to hesitate about. They had already come knocking on the door. It was useless to say anything else. This sudden encounter immediately unfolded, and Han Fei and the other 9 were immediately targeted. However, the newcomers didn't know Han Fei's identity, so they sent a total of 9 people, trying to besiege and kill the 2 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the City of Scavengers. The remaining 7 people just wanted to hold Han Fei and the others back. Once the 2 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were besieged, Han Fei and the others would be doomed in the blink of an eye. Determined to be a deserter, Han Fei naturally wouldn't take the initiative to show his strength, so he pretended to fight a star transformation realm strong cultivator. The battle seemed fierce, but the person opposite Han Fei was very surprised. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find Han Fei's weakness. After only half an hour, a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the Blade clan was defeated. He tried to launch a star bead attack, but the other party took out a one-time godly weapon and shattered his star bead. Rumble. The death of the first late-stage star transformation realm cultivator directly determined the course of the battle. 2 of the 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators from the other party immediately attacked Zhou Fu, and the situation immediately changed. At this time, Han Fei heard Zhou Fu say to him via voice transmission, "Fellow Daoisti, it's over. Come to my side and I'll help you break out of the encirclement." Upon hearing this, Han Fei pretended to erupt and leaned closer to Zhou Fu. However, at this moment, the person had been surrounded by 5 people and couldn't even protect himself. Han Fei thought to himself, can you save me in this situation? However, the center of Zhou Fu's eyebrows flashed as he roared, passing clouds. A pearl rose to the sky, and dazzling white light and a cloudy white mist erupted around it. Those who besieged Zhou Fu felt that their sole thinking ability was disrupted for a moment, and they seemed to have forgotten that there was still Zhou Fu. At this moment, Zhou Fu had already slashed back Han Fei's enemy with a sword, grabbed Han Fei, squeezed a teleportation rune, and the two of them instantly disappeared. The group of people who besieged Zhou Fu couldn't help but change their expression. This person's method was so strange. If that move was used to fight an enemy, at least 2 strong cultivators would have died in his hand. However, this person chose to escape. He probably still wasn't confident of turning the situation around. They didn't care. What they wanted was the small mine, not to kill Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu and Han Fei's escape sent the remaining 6 people of the city of scavengers to almost certain death. 6 against 13, there was no chance of survival. Another moment later. Boom, boom, boom. There was no need to look. They came so close and so quickly. Those who didn't have the time to escape just now were killed in an instant. Now that these sky openers had been killed, most of the remaining sea establishers directly chose to stop fighting and surrender to the enemy. This was because their strong cultivators had died. Even if they didn't surrender, they would either be killed or captured and taken back as mining slaves. Han Fei couldn't help but think that Tong Hua must have long known this outcome. Therefore, when he came, he had reminded him once and secretly instructed Zhou Fu to help him. Obviously, he had long known this would happen. But why? Were the sea establishers and sky openers worthless? They were just given up so easily? This didn't make sense. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Zhou Fu. Do we just give up? Zhou Fu sighed and said, no one wants to give up. However, those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Their death and capture are meaningful. You will find out later. Come with me. We can't stay here long. We have to find a place to hide first and come out when the battle is over. However, Zhou Fu saw that Han Fei didn't move but looked at him indifferently. Zhou Fu was puzzled. Fellow Daoist Yi, what's wrong? Han Fei said, what a pity. Zhou Fu asked, pity? What's a pity? Han Fei smiled. Family should be united. Let me send you to reunite with them, okay? In the next moment, Zhou Fu felt that he couldn't move at all. A touch of fear from the depths of his soul struck his heart. You. Zhou Fu looked at Han Fei in horror, only to find that he couldn't say anything. It was as if something had directly controlled his soul. It only took Han Fei dozens of seconds to get the answer from Zhou Fu. Han Fei grinned. So that's how it is. I was wondering why so many non-10,000 scale race cultivators were mobilized to a small mine. What a good plan. At this moment, they still want to annex other factions. Sensing Zhou Fu's horror, Han Fei was not in the mood to refine him into a puppet. He casually slashed out, the star bead exploded, and Zhou Fu died. One day later, Han Fei explored all the small mines in the city of scavengers with his black mist body. Almost all the mines had been taken on this day. Great Dao cracks appeared in the void from time to time. In the camp of the city of scavengers, Zhang Beihai stood in the void, and in the void around him, there were 6 strong masters at Dao lock level. On a closer look, these 6 Dao lock level cultivators all had 4 Dao locks. Zhang Beihai said casually, Wang Yan, come out. Stop hiding. You should know That if I really want to fight, the 6 of them combined are no match for me. In the depths of the void, a man in a Taoist robe and a golden crown stepped out. He sneered. Zhang Beihai, you should have expected this outcome. Zhang Beihai said indifferently, do you think you've won? Wang Yan sneered. Otherwise, what? I know you must have a trump card, but do you think I don't have a trump card? When I saw your city of scavengers send out more than 100 strong cultivators in the northern expedition, I knew that your city of scavengers couldn't be as simple as it seems. But at that time, I didn't want to be your enemy. However, your subordinate, Luo Chen, didn't care about morals and attacked half of the strong cultivators of our Grand Development sect. If I don't fight back, how can my Grand Development sect have the face to stay in this infinite mining area? After that, Wang Yan sneered. Today, I'll see how strong your trump card is. Do you think you can do whatever you want with 50 cultivators above the peak level late-stage star transformation realm? Zhang Beihai narrowed his eyes. It's really our city's misfortune. Let me guess who the undercover is. I don't think it's Tong Hua. Chen Di, right? Wang Yan snorted coldly but didn't respond. Boom, boom. Suddenly, 7 great Tao cracks appeared in the sky in a row. Amidst the blood rain, Zhang Beihai smiled. Who told you that I only brought 50 people here? Buzz. Wang Yan's eyes flashed. He seemed to realize that something was wrong. 7 of the life tablets he held had shattered at once, and 4 of them belonged to Tao Lock level cultivators. Even in a head-on clash against a strong master like Zhang Beihai, 7 strong masters couldn't have died in a row in the blink of an eye. So, there was only one possibility, which was that they were ambushed. Wang Yan said coldly, impossible. Where did you get so many people? Wang Yan didn't believe it. No matter how powerful the city of scavengers was, it shouldn't have the ability to send so many strong masters to the infinite mining area in a row. They had lost 100 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators, but now they sent even more than 50? Wasn't it enough? The city of scavengers was just one of the 3 factions in the chaotic wasteland. Even if it had a lot of resources, there was no reason to do this. Wang Yan shouted, everyone, come with me. This time, Wang Yan was exceptionally well prepared. In the northern expedition, his sect was not the only one who was attacked by the city of scavengers. With his instigation, more than 200 sky openers, including 80 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and perfected star transformation realm cultivators, were deployed to encircle the city of scavengers. He didn't believe that the city of scavengers could bring out a force comparable to theirs. Wang Yan even included Zhang Beihai himself. At this moment, including himself, there were a total of 7 Tao Lock level powerhouses, and the weakest had at least 4 Tao Locks. Furthermore, Wang Yan had 5 Tao Locks, which could be broken at any time. However, when Wang Yan launched an attack, Zhang Beihai didn't dodge at all. Bang! With an explosion, Zhang Beihai turned into a human-skinned silkworm. Under Wang Yan's blow, the silkworm molted into pieces, and then a voice appeared. I wonder if I'm included in your plan. Not good. We've been tricked. At that moment, Wang Yan's eyes almost popped out. He had thought that someone had the same goal as them, which was to destroy the city of scavengers, so he took action. But now it seemed that Zhang Beihai was behind all this. Wang Yan was about to leave, but an octagon array was activated, and billions of mystic lights formed an ancient maze. It was not that this array couldn't be broken, but it would take time. During this period of time, Zhang Beihai, a powerhouse with 5 Dao locks, would be freely slaughtering people outside. How could he let it happen? Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Beihai's real body was revealed in the supermine area of the city of Scavengers. At that moment, he broke his 5 Dao locks. Who could possibly resist him here? In this battle, more than 50 sky openers besieged this supermine. Among them, 25 were in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, 18 were in the perfected star transformation realm, 2 had 4 Dao locks, 3 had 3 Dao locks, and 2 had 2 Dao locks. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Beihai had killed 4 of the 7 law lock level cultivators by surprise, plus 3 who were in the perfected star transformation realm. At this moment, the fangs of the city of scavengers were truly revealed. Zhang Hua led 23 strong cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm to attack. Although there were not as many people as the other party, Zhang Hua had 4 Dao locks, and Zhang Beihai had arranged for 2 powerhouses with 3 Dao locks. No one could resist a single blow of the 3 of them. A 4 Dao lock level cultivator from the Grand Development sect was horrified. He broke all his 4 Dao locks and called out to another 4 Dao lock level cultivators, "Not good. We've been tricked. Everyone, follow me and fight our way out." However, at that moment, everyone felt their blood boil. They seemed to have lost their speed. A huge black hole opened in the sky, erupting with a terrifying suction power. This power could actually suck in the power of their great Dao. At the same time, it absorbed all the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Puff. Zhang Beihai pierced the soul of the 4 Dao lock level cultivators of the Grand Development sect with a single blow, grabbed his star bead, and said arrogantly, "It's a pity that you haven't condensed the 5th Dao lock. Even if you have, great Daos will vary in strength. How can your great Dao compare to mine?" Rumble. A powerhouse with 4 Dao locks had died so easily. Han Fei, who happened to turn into a black mist and slowly strolled over, saw this scene clearly. Han Fei came to the supermine area with the intention of fishing in troubled waters. He went from here to the small mine, but how could a small mine compare to this supermine? Unexpectedly, he happened to see Zhang Beihai's outburst. "He's Zhang Beihai? Why is he here?" The information Han Fei got from Zhou Fu was not like this. Zhang Beihai's trump card was that he got a group of strong masters from the city of scavengers, not that he came to fight in person. However, Zhang Beihai had come, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. Although he could also kill a 4 Dao lock level cultivator with 2 punches, he had only done so with the help of the extreme cold pearl. Even if he had comprehended the Dao of Slaughter God, unless he launched a sneak attack, it would take him at least 10 moves to kill a strong cultivator. With 4 Dao locks, without the help of the extreme cold pearl and the void stealing technique. However, Zhang Beihai only used 1 move. As he said, he won in 1 move, not just because he unlocked 5 Dao locks, but because of the huge black hole in the sky. This black hole had a powerful suction force. It could attract the blood of others and sweep away the power of others' great Dao. In this way, it was only natural that others would be killed in 1 move. Because Zhang Beihai had long set up an inescapable net to snatch the super mines. Before the strong masters could react, nearly half of them had been killed. The remaining 4 Dao lock-level powerhouses completely ignited his bloodline and seemed to activate a secret method, turning into a giant eel. As he swung his body, infinite electric currents filled this place. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Zhang Beihai was already standing above him, holding 2 swords. Ignoring the electric currents, he stabbed down and impaled the giant eel. Others couldn't see it, but Han Fei knew very well that this guy had directly nailed the soul of a strong master with 4 Dao locks. This sword was a bit like his god-sealing spear. The only difference was that the sword Zhang Beihai used was deliberately made. It was covered with dense magical Dao patterns and could be considered a real sword of sealing. As for his god-sealing spear, although it was also corporeal, he could easily use it. Although the sealing effect seemed not as good as this sword, if there were more god-sealing spears, the effect would be no worse than the sword in Zhang Beihai's hand. At this moment, there was only one cultivator with 3 Dao locks. And that person was suppressed by Tong Hua and couldn't escape. It could be said that the invaders had been completely wiped out. After half an hour, thanks to Zhang Beihai's intervention, all the intruders had been wiped out. After collecting their bodies, Zhang Beihai said casually, "Leave 2-3 Dao lock level strong cultivators and 10 perfected star transformation realm cultivators behind. The rest of you, immediately go with me to support the large mine area. Tong Hua, I'll give you half a day. I want all intruders in the large mines to die." Tong Hua immediately said, "Master Beihai, do you need me to go there in person? Wang Yan from the Grand Evolution sect is only temporarily tied up. But that array can't stop him for long. If I leave, Master Beihai, you will be alone and will be easily targeted." Zhang Beihai said solemnly, "What I want is a glorious victory, a perfect victory without any flaws. If Wang Yan comes to me, then let him. Otherwise, if they really go to the large mines, how can you resist him?" Tong Hua immediately accepted the order. "In that case, take care, Master Beihai. I'll definitely complete my mission." After Tong Hua's army left, Zhang Beihai waved his hand, and the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators who stayed behind immediately went to inspect the mines they guarded. They knew that they couldn't stay here for long. If a big battle broke out, they wouldn't be able to escape. The battle in the super mining area was too loud. Too many strong masters had died, so no one dared to take a look. When Zhang Beihai came out of the super mining area, many powerhouses who had wanted to take advantage immediately abandoned their offensive against the city of scavengers. Zhang Beihai's reappearance meant that the team of the Grand Development sect had all been wiped out. These people couldn't help but be a little shocked. They knew that they had underestimated the city of scavengers, and even Zhang Beihai. It turned out that the city of scavengers had absolute strength to be ranked among the top 32 in the infinite mining area. At this moment, not only was Zhang Beihai not rushing to the location of the large mine, but he was also heading towards the camp of the city of scavengers. If he guessed right, Wang Yan should have broken through the array and come out by now. Zhang Beihai went back to contain Wang Yan and the others. Once Wang Yan was restrained, the mid-sized and large mines could definitely be defended and counterattacked. However, when Zhang Beihai left, he suddenly looked in a certain direction in the mining area. After scanning it with his perception many times, he continued to walk. For some reason, Zhang Beihai felt that someone was watching him. However, some monarchs might be paying attention in this battle, but monarchs wouldn't get involved in the conflicts in the infinite mining area, so he wasn't too bothered. Han Fei wasn't worried that he would be discovered. With his current strength, even monarchs wouldn't be able to find him unless they had extremely keen perceptions. Han Fei followed Zhang Beihai all the way, but because he was in black mist, he would still be discovered if he made too much noise, so he could only follow Zhang Beihai's trail. It took him more than an hour to track Zhang Beihai down. When he saw Zhang Beihai again, he found that the guy was fighting 6 enemies at the same time. Furthermore, there was a rain of blood here, indicating that someone had been killed by Zhang Beihai. When Han Fei arrived, Zhang Beihai had thrown out hundreds of golden rings, which surrounded a strong master with 5 Dao locks and exerted a powerful pulling force. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Beihai unfurled a godly weapon-level bronze shield with his sword, and the sword chi suddenly unleashed the majestic power of heaven and earth. Then a powerhouse with 4 Dao locks died under Zhang Beihai's sword again. However, before this person died, he did something. He seemed to have condensed all his essence blood to envelope his great Dao and turned into a blood arrow, trying to penetrate Zhang Beihai's soul. However, a flag flashed between Zhang Beihai's eyebrows. Seeing this, the man, before he died, turned to shoot through Zhang Beihai's body. Bang! Rumble! The great Dao roared, and a crack appeared. Zhang Beihai took the blow head on, but thousands of streams of blood burst out of his body, and he was still injured. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately shouted, "Come on," while he is heavily wounded by the blood explosion and needs to resist the power of the blood erosion. Let's attack together. Clang! 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 Wang Yan unfolded a painting in the air, and billions of arrows burst out, breaking through the golden rings, forming 8 long arrow flows that shot at Zhang Beihai. At that moment, the world was covered by these arrows. Wherever the arrows passed, it turned into ruins. A 5 Dao lock level cultivator couldn't be weak. At this level, what mattered was the strength of one's great Dao and one's own heritage. Han Fei watched with relish. He had rarely seen a battle between strong cultivators of this level before. He thought that Zhang Beihai and this strong cultivator who was very proficient in rune arrays should represent the peak combat power of the infinite mining area. Of course, that was on the premise that monarchs didn't take action. Otherwise, 5 or 4 Dao locks wouldn't be of much use to monarchs. At this moment, Wang Yan rushed out and joined the other 4 to fight again. Stepping on 8 long arrow dragons, Wang Yan held a green peak sword, which was enshrouded in great Dao and looked extraordinary. The other 4 didn't hesitate either. A 4 Dao lock level powerhouse, risking his life, managed to wound Zhang Beihai. Then he charged into Zhang Beihai's body with his essence blood, trying to disrupt Zhang Beihai's rhythm with his own Dao. If they couldn't seize the opportunity, they wouldn't have reached where they were today. Han Fei thought that even he would probably be killed by such an attack if he didn't use the void stealing technique. Wang Yan's long arrow stream, 8 streams in one, tried to completely crush Zhang Beihai. The other 4 also arrived in an instant and unleashed their strongest attacks. The world was suddenly covered by multiple great Daos. Han Fei even felt that if Zhang Beihai didn't have any trump cards, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. But in the next moment, countless dark green scales suddenly appeared on Zhang Beihai's body. At that moment, Wang Yan and the others felt a chill down their spines, because they felt that the surrounding space suddenly distorted. They couldn't condense the power of their great Tao and began to panic. Clang! 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 Zhang Beihai held the 8-in-1 arrow stream with one hand and pushed out a huge palm with the other, shattering the 4 people at the same time. The only thing that could contend with Zhang Beihai was Wang Yan's infinite arrow streams. Unfortunately, the great technique couldn't last long. Such violent power only lasted for 3 seconds, and Wang Yan and Zhang Beihai both vomited blood. Wang Yan, let me tell you, there can be a big difference between people with 5 Tao locks. Bang! Swish! 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 The magnificent power of heaven and earth burst out of Zhang Beihai's palm and dispersed Wang Yan's arrow streams. Immediately afterward, the dark green scales on Zhang Beihai's body fell off voluntarily and turned into dark green darts of light, filling up the surrounding 100,000 miles of space in an instant as if a green sandstorm had spread out. Puff! 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 The 4 Tao lock level cultivators were riddled with holes almost in an instant. For a moment, the 4 of them all took out high-quality godly weapons, but even so, they still found it difficult to withstand this terrifying scale storm. Someone shouted, "Brother Wang, retreat." Hey? You want to retreat now, but it's too late. Zhang Beihai sneered, and his scales intertwined into a net, drawing billions of sharp blades in the air. Even though these people were protected by high-quality divine equipment, they couldn't resist it. The high-quality godly weapon was decaying at a visible speed. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Is this scale an ultra-quality godly weapon? No, even an ultra-quality godly weapon can't obliterate a high-quality godly weapon so quickly. This is definitely a spiritual treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure that surpasses an ultra-quality godly weapon. Puff! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 4 powerhouses with 4 Tao locks were all heavily injured. The dark green scales penetrated through the high-quality godly weapons, entered their bodies, and detonated. Not good. Wang Yan didn't expect Zhang Beihai to be so strong. He didn't expect that he, a strong master of a large sect in the Central Sea Divine realm, was weaker than a strong master in a remote place in the East Sea Divine realm. Wang Yan's face was extremely cold. He knew that it was impossible to take down the city of scavengers this time. Wang Yan suddenly roared, "Divination! Technique, myriad flow origin returning." Among the intertwined scales, the water essence gathered and surrounded Wang Yan. In the violent scale net, Wang Yan wanted to save all his allies, but when he just saved 2 people, he found that the other 2 had been cut into pieces and were barely alive. Wang Yan snorted. Zhang Beihai, the Grand Development Sect will remember this. Zhang Beihai smiled. Why do you think you could save these 2 people? Huh? At that moment, Wang Yan's expression changed drastically, because the 2 people beside him attacked at the same time. One of them broke through Wang Yan's soul and knocked out his soul-suppressing godly weapon, a bell. The other inserted a hand into Wang Yan's body, and his great Tao rushed in. Shoal. Wang Yan's body exploded, and his soul-suppressing godly weapon cracked. Only his young soul attacked angrily, directly cutting apart part of his soul, producing 2 rune swords that rushed into the bodies of the 2 cultivators with 4 Tao locks and exploded. Rumble! Rumble. The two people probably didn't expect that even with only the young soul left, a powerhouse with 5 Dao locks wasn't someone they could easily ambush and kill. Unfortunately, there were not just 4 Dao lock level strong cultivators here. Zhang Beihai gathered his scales and turned them into a sword that cut through the sky. With a clang, Wang Yan's bell was cut apart. Puff. Even Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Wang Yan was actually very strong. If Zhang Beihai's scales hadn't surpassed the level of an ultra-quality godly weapon, he might not have died. Rumble. The sky rumbled and was filled with blood, and Zhang Beihai was the only one left. Zhang Beihai's lips curled. He knew that this was a big victory, an unprecedented big victory. The 6 years of endurance and planning had finally been paid back at this moment. Ha ha ha. Zhang Beihai laughed wildly, but suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, where a man was flying close. The man's breath was extremely unsteady, and he seemed to be seriously injured, and his perception was not as good as Zhang Beihai, so he had no idea that there was still someone on this road. Yi Fenglu? Zhang Beihai sneered. This guy is running away. It seems that the small mines have already been taken. When he was 5 million kilometers away from Zhang Beihai, Han Fei suddenly stopped and looked in Zhang Beihai's direction in shock. Humph, get over here. Zhang Beihai snorted and looked at Han Fei indifferently with his hands behind his back. Han Fei pretended to be embarrassed, came to Zhang Beihai, and hurriedly cupped his hands. Yi Fenglu greets Lord Beihai. Zhang Beihai said indifferently, tell me, why am I seeing you here? Give me a reason. Han Fei pretended to change his expression and hesitated for a moment before saying, Master Beihai, the small mine area can't hold on any longer. Too many strong masters have come. Senior Zhou Fu led me to fight our way out with difficulty, preparing to go to the super mine to seek Master Tong Hua's protection. Unexpectedly, a strong master caught up with us halfway, and Master Zhou Fu sacrificed himself to save me. If I go back, I will only die, so I can only run towards the super mine area alone. Zhang Beihai certainly knew what trouble the small mines were in, because he deliberately put the small mines in this situation. No one with real strength was in the small mines. But Zhang Beihai still asked indifferently, with the weather changing like this, you should know that the super mine should be more dangerous. Why didn't you run to the scavenger camp? Han Fei said, Master Beihai, I think that since the enemy has come, they must be fully prepared. There must be a strong master targeting you. And someone who can target Master Beihai may be able to kill me with a flip of his hand. And in this super mine area, although there are many strong enemies, their target is definitely not a star transformation realm cultivator like me. Humph. You're not stupid. Zhang Beihai was not completely ignorant. It was already very capable of Yi Fenglu to run out of the small mine area. This had nothing to do with Han Fei's status as a heavenly talent. No matter how talented Han Fei was, he hadn't entered the star transformation realm yet. If he really encountered someone in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, he would only die. Therefore, there was no point in blaming Han Fei for being a deserter. Although Zhang Beihai didn't like Han Fei hadn't done anything wrong yet, and he wasn't qualified to betray the city of scavengers. And now, although the city of scavengers had won a big victory, they had indeed sacrificed a lot of sky openers, so Zhang Beihai didn't want to kill Han Fei. Instead, although he was also seriously injured, he still stepped to Han Fei's side and patted Han Fei's shoulder, hoping to transmit a wave of the power of heaven and earth to Han Fei to help him heal. However, when Zhang Beihai laid a hand on Han Fei's shoulder, his face suddenly changed, because what he sensed was not the qi and blood of a star transformation realm cultivator at all. In fact, the qi and blood was no weaker than his. It was also at this moment that Han Fei suddenly unleashed a knife light that cut Zhang Beihai into two pieces at such a close distance. However, it was impossible to kill Zhang Beihai with a single slash. The latter's dark green scales appeared again, and he launched a soul attack in an attempt to repel Han Fei. However, Han Fei simply threw out the extreme cold pearl as if nothing had happened. Instantly, the sky was frozen, and Zhang Beihai couldn't easily resist the power of the carefree level, even if it wasn't a single target attack. However, the scales on Zhang Beihai's body quickly locked his body, and he managed to weather through the blow with the help of his powerful scales. Of course, the cost was definitely not small. In an instant, Zhang Beihai was seriously injured, something that even Wang Yan and the others couldn't do. But then, Han Fei took out the mirror of infinity. Zhang Beihai felt that his surroundings instantly turned into countless mirrors. Just as he was about to burst out with power and try to shatter these mirrors, he saw countless spear beams shooting out of the mirrors. He intuitively felt that his combat power had instantly dropped by 30%. Crack. On Han Fei's side, his methods were almost infinite and connected seamlessly. Just as he felt that he could easily take down Zhang Beihai, dozens of cracks appeared on the mirror of infinity. Hiss. Han Fei knew that it was not that the mirror of infinity was not good enough, but that Zhang Beihai was too strong. Although the mirror of infinity took him into the mirror space, the mirror of infinity was also on the verge of collapse. However, he had already used it. At the risk of damaging the mirror of infinity, Han Fei slashed at it again. Clang! 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 The infinite knife light hit Zhang Beihai almost at the same time, cutting him into pieces in the blink of an eye, and his body exploded. Bang! Unfortunately, the moment Han Fei slashed out, the mirror of infinity shattered. The reason was that the mirror of infinity couldn't replicate Han Fei's attack in an instant, so it couldn't withstand this powerful force and exploded. Although the mirror of infinity shattered and Zhang Beihai returned to reality, Han Fei set up the God Sealing Spear array. Suppressed by the 10,000 God Sealing Spear, Zhang Beihai couldn't even condense his body in an instant. However, Zhang Beihai was also a tough guy. Before he condensed his body, he launched the divine technique of the dark green scales again, trying to kill Han Fei. As long as Han Fei died, he would have time to slowly break the array. Swish! 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 Clank, clank, clank. However, this time it was Zhang Beihai's turn to be dumbfounded, just like Wang Yan's reaction when he showed his scales. On the surface of Han Fei's body, a piece of gravel appeared. This gravel was evenly attached to the surface of Han Fei's body. No matter how crazily the scales stirred, they could only scrape away a piece of gravel, but wherever it was destroyed, the gravel could immediately repair itself. A chaotic spiritual treasure? You are not Yifeng Liu. Who are you exactly? Han Fei sneered while launching the invincible fist art. Fool, it's not easy for you to get a chance to talk to me, but you've asked such a question. Han Fei didn't explain anything, but blew up Zhang Beihai's body that was About to condense again. The power contained in Han Fei's invincible fist art included the power of invincible will, the Tao of Slaughter God, and the Yang Soul, which directly impacted the enemy from the body, soul, and will. Zhang Beihai's soul-subduing godly weapon was blasted out by Han Fei. It was a flag of good quality. Although Zhang Beihai was protected by the scales and the flag cracked after 100 punches. After 1,000 punches, just when Han Fei was about to break the flag, the demon purification pot took the initiative to swallow the flag that was about to be broken. This made Han Fei speechless. Why didn't you come out to swallow it until I was almost done? However, Han Fei didn't care about a soul-subduing godly weapon at this moment. Instead, he caught Zhang Beihai with the void lines when he was extremely weak. When the void lines caught Zhang Beihai, Han Fei immediately felt the powerful soul power counterattacking. Unfortunately, Han Fei's soul power was equally powerful at this moment. After all, the God-fiend formless technique was not for nothing. His soul was twice as powerful as before. At this point, Zhang Beihai had completely lost control of his body and soul. Huff. Han Fei put away the Star Sea mystic sand and smiled faintly. You're asking me who I am? Then listen carefully. I am the human emperor. Although Zhang Beihai's soul was controlled, it still trembled violently. However, before Han Fei finished, he continued, by the way, my real name is Han Fei. Han Fei didn't send Zhang Daqian here just to kill Zhang Beihai. Killing Zhang Beihai would only alert the enemy. Even if he wanted to kill Zhang Beihai, he couldn't do it now. This time, Zhang Beihai had paid such a high price, set up a trap for so long, and launched a super counterattack, showing the world how powerful the city of scavengers was. Then, from today on, the strength of the city of scavengers would refresh the understanding of other factions in the infinite mining area, and its status would probably change. But who would have thought that Han Fei had already taken advantage of Zhang Beihai's actions? Because Zhang Beihai's realm was higher than his, he couldn't take him into his origin star yet, so he could only set up a large array on the spot and refine Zhang Beihai into a living dead puppet. The reason why he refined him into a living dead puppet was that it was refined faster. Compared to a living dead puppet, the effect of the soul controlling law seal was actually better. This was because to refine a living dead puppet, one had to cut off part of their soul and put it into the other party's soul, but the soul controlling law seal didn't need it. Therefore, if he only wanted to turn one or two people into puppets, the effect would be faster with the art of living dead puppet. But if he wanted to refine many people of a race into puppets in large numbers, the effect of the soul-controlling law seal would far exceed that of the art of living dead puppet. This time, Han Fei had gained a lot. Among them, the dark green scales were called heaven and earth scales, which were an authentic spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. However, they were still much weaker than the Star Sea mystic sand. Also, the Sword of Runes could pierce other people's souls. It was a remarkable ultra-quality godly weapon. Also, the hundreds of golden rings that Zhang Beihai used to fight Wang Yin were also ultra-quality godly weapons called the 100 Battle Heavenly Rings. Lastly, there was the super black hole that Zhang Beihai had used in the supermine area. This was a Tao-devouring divine technique, which could absorb and guide other people's great Tao. Within the range of this technique, it could greatly weaken the enemy. This time, Han Fei gained the most since he started to rob. 1 spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, 2 ultra-quality godly weapons, and a divine technique. They were invaluable. However, Han Fei only copied the doubt-devouring technique and didn't take any other weapons with him. Zhang Beihai was still useful, and he needed these weapons to protect himself. That way, he would still be the incomparably powerful Zhang Beihai. Anyway, those things would belong to him sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry to use them now. In terms of treasures, the Star Sea Mystic Sand surpassed the heaven and earth scales. In terms of weapons, the God Sealing Spear was comparable to the Sword of Runes. Although the 100 Battle Heavenly Rings was good, it was too unique. Once he used it, people would definitely associate it with Zhang Beihai, so it didn't make much sense to keep it with him. Half a day later, the battle for the mines of the City of Scavengers had basically come to an end. At the beginning of the war, the small mine battlefield in the City of Scavengers almost completely collapsed. In dozens of small mines, there were hundreds of sky-opening realm cultivators, but no more than 30 survived. And as many as 80,000 sea establishers were killed or abducted. Of course, not all of these 80,000 people were from the 10,000 scale race. There were also many primitive tribes near the infinite mining area, and other cultivators who later joined the City of Scavengers. Sea establishers could only survive in the infinite mining areas by relying on powerful factions. So basically, the top 100 factions had many sea establishers attached to them. However, when the news that the invaders into the supermine area had all been killed spread out, and when many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or even perfected star transformation realm cultivators from the City of Scavengers suddenly appeared in the large mine area, the City of Scavengers' counterattack began. In just half a day, as many as 70 sky-opening realm invaders had been killed. This battle had really frightened many invaders. However, they were only frightened, not to the point of surrender. It wasn't until Zhang Beihai appeared on the battlefield of large mines with Wang Yan's remnant body in his hand. This moment was the sign of true victory for the City of Scavengers. The puppet Zhang Beihai shouted, Wang Yan, a 5-lock level powerhouse from the Grand Development sect in the City of Scavengers, joined forces with many other forces to invade our City of Scavengers, causing our city to suffer heavy losses. I'm going to kill them as a warning to others. In addition, all the forces participating in this war of aggression shall return all the losses of our city within 3 days, and you must pay 3 times the compensation. Otherwise, you will be our lifelong enemy, and we must try every possible means to kill you. Han Fei knew Zhang Beihai's intentions. He didn't really want to fight these forces. There were too many forces in the infinite mining area. Even if he was indeed extremely powerful, the Grand Development sect alone had made it so difficult for the City of Scavengers to tackle. If he really attacked many forces, the City of Scavengers would suffer heavy losses. He wouldn't be able to explain himself to the City of Scavengers in the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, Zhang Beihai's original intention was to use this battle to establish the strength ranking of the City of Scavengers. In addition, he could obtain more mines, resources, and sea establishers. As for the dead sky openers, they were mainly gathered in the small-scale mine area. He had more or less made arrangements for the other mine areas. And half of the sky openers in the small-scale mine area were wandering sky openers in The infinite mining areas attached to them, and from the Blade clan, Frogman race, and other subsidiary races, and less than 1/5 of them were from the 10,000 scale race, so Zhang Beihai didn't care at all. In the past, when the city of scavengers ranked higher, there would be people coming to attach to them. This was the strong sucking effect. Although Zhang Beihai didn't intend to really attack the major invading forces, they were bound to panic, because they had witnessed the horror of the city of scavengers. One of the leaders was shocked. Wang Yan is dead? How is it possible? How can Wang Yan, who is also a master with 5 Dao locks, be killed? Someone smiled bitterly. My lord, it's absolutely true. Not only Wang Yan, but the 4 lock-level powerhouses who attacked with Wang Yan also died. My lord, we underestimated the background and strength of the city of scavengers. The leader looked shocked. Isn't the chaotic wasteland just a desolate land at the border of the East Sea Divine Realm? I heard that even normal cultivation is impossible there. How can so many strong masters be born there? The reporter said, My lord, what should we do now? Zhang Beihai said that anyone who robs them has to compensate them 3 times. We've snatched 3 small mines. If triple the compensation? Is he crazy? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he destroyed the Grand Development sect? The man was about to refuse, but then he asked, what about the other forces? What's their decision? The reporter said, My lord, the Jade Mountain sect and the Silver Spear sect were too close to the scavenger camp, so they didn't dare to refuse the compensation. Not only did they send back all the sea establishers they snatched, but they also compensated 3 times the amount of small mines. I heard that half of the small mines under the Jade Mountain sect were lost. The Silver Spear sect snatched 2 small mines and lost a mid-sized one. The leader's expression changed. Their alliance wasn't very firm in the first place. Once one of them admitted defeat, it would naturally withdraw from the alliance. Now that the Grand Development sect was gone and the 2 other sects had withdrawn, there were only 4 left. The strongest of the 4 forces was only ranked 49th, which was quite a distance away from the city of scavengers. Eventually, the leader said, Fine, compensate them. The city of scavengers is in the limelight now. If we don't compensate, they can start a war against us. As a matter of course, once the alliance collapses, the targeted forces will probably be wiped out. Now is not the time to fight over personal feelings. Humph. But no matter how arrogant Zhang Beihai is today, he will be as miserable tomorrow. As the saying goes, fear not of robbery, but fear of thieves coveting him. He swallowed the Grand Development sect and so many of our forces and minds at the same time. It seems that he has gained a lot, but if he doesn't have absolute strength to back him up, he will only face stronger enemies. 3 days later, Han Fei felt that he had made a fortune. Now, the power of the city of scavengers was re-established, and Zhang Beihai's name resounded throughout the infinite mining area. He fought so many powerhouses alone, killed a cultivator with 5 Dao locks and 5 with 4 Dao locks, and his outstanding achievements were widely publicized by people in the 100 Alliance City. At this moment, in the 10,000 scale race meeting, Tong Hua reported, Master Beihai, so far in this battle, we have taken 1 super mine, 2 large mines, 7 medium-sized mines, and 19 small-sized mines of the Grand Development sect. In addition, we have taken back all the small-sized mines that were snatched and obtained the compensation of 75 small-sized mines, 6 medium-sized mines, and 3 large-sized mines, as well as 34,508 sea establishers. In addition, we have publicly recruited in the 100 Alliance City. At present, more than 200 sky openers intend to join our scavenger camp. Tong Hua said with a beaming face, Master Beihai, although they have all made compensation, they still want to destroy our city of scavengers. Should we? Zhang Beihai, however, shook his head. If we go back on our word at a time like this, they will immediately be pushed back to form an alliance. Besides, once that happens, they will be unbreakable allies, which is not what I want to see. Zhang Beihai, the puppet, tapped the table with his finger and said, Tong Hua, the ranking of our city of scavengers will change in the near future, so we need to impose certain restrictions on the strength of recruited cultivators. Those below the star transformation level, don't come. Everyone's expression changed slightly. But they were in the sky-opening realm. After all, someone said, Master Beihai, if our recruitment requirements are so high, will it cause us criticism? Someone said, Master Beihai, we now have more than 100 small mines. If we keep rejecting the strong cultivators below the star transformation level, I'm afraid we will be seriously short of manpower. Zhang Beihai said casually, take out 50 small mines, 10 medium mines, and 1 large mine to auction. Don't be greedy. We should act according to our abilities. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. They had no problem with the auction, or it would be hard for them to manage so many mines unless 100 more strong masters were sent over from the chaotic wasteland. After talking about the mines, Zhang Beihai looked at Tong Hua and asked, Where's Chindi? This time, a new 4-Dao lock-level powerhouse said, Master Beihai, Chindi has been imprisoned in the scavenger cage. Zhang Beihai, what's your name? The man said, I'm Song Qingyun. Zhang Beihai nodded. Very good. From today on, Chindi's position will be replaced by you. The large mine area is under your management. You can report to me personally if there's anything important. Come to report once a month. Song Qingyun was overjoyed. This was the first battle since he came out of that place. He didn't expect to rise so quickly. Zhang Beihai waved his hand. Song Qingyun, bring Chindi to me. As for the others, now there are a lot of things to do in the city of scavengers, so go about your business. Chindi was a traitor to the city of scavengers. Any faction or race would have traitors. If it were Zhang Beihai before, he might have executed Chindi on the spot as a warning to others. Unfortunately, Zhang Beihai had already become Han Fei's puppet. How could Han Fei waste such a talent? In Zhang Beihai's cultivation cave in the scavengers' camp, Chindi was nailed in 13 parts of his body by 13 Dao annihilation cones. The moment he saw Zhang Beihai, Chindi roared, Zhang Beihai, it's a pity I couldn't kill you this time. I, Chindi, have worked so hard all my life to get where I am today. I'm only one step away from condensing 5 Dao locks. I can achieve it as long as I can manage a supermine, but you won't let me and let Tong Hua replace me. How I hate you. Chindi was so angry that he almost wanted to bite Zhang Beihai to death, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. Unfortunately, he couldn't move at all at this moment. He could only roar crazily like an ordinary person. Zhang Beihai, the puppet, was naturally emotionless. Instead, he said casually, it seems that you really hate me. TSK, TSK. This is the first time I've seen a strong master of the 10,000 scale race hate his own people. It can only be said that the peak of strength is more likely to breed inner demons. Unfortunately, even if your plan succeeds, you may be able to condense 5 Dao locks, but you won't be able to prove your Dao. Chen Di didn't feel anything wrong when he heard that. He just said coldly, as long as I kill you, my Dao heart will be safe. At this moment, Chen Di saw a young man walking out from behind Zhang Beihai. He knew him. Wasn't this Yifeng Lu? Why was he here? Han Fei walked to Zhang Beihai's big chair, lay down on it casually, and crossed his legs. I'm glad to tell you that your plan wasn't a complete failure. Although Wang Yan and the others are dead, Zhang Beihai isn't alive. Do you feel better? Chen Di's pupils were suddenly constricted. You are not Yifeng Lu. Who are you? What happened to Zhang Beihai? Han Fei chuckled. What's wrong? He just went one step ahead of you. But it doesn't matter. You'll be there soon. I called you over to make you happy. Look, you succeeded. Are you happy? However, Chen Di only felt a chill down his spine. It was a kind of fear from the depths of his soul. There was a reason for him to deal with Zhang Beihai, but Yifeng Lu was from the chaotic wastelands. What was his purpose? Besides, he hadn't even entered the star transformation realm. How could he deal with Zhang Beihai? What did he want? The unknown was fear, so at this moment, Chen Di couldn't be excited at all. He was only scared. Chen Di asked, what did you do to Zhang Beihai? Han Fei shrugged. Well, I just refined him into a puppet. It's the first time I've had a puppet with 5 Dao locks. Chen Di was horrified. Zhang Beihai had been refined into a puppet? Who would believe that? Before Chen Di could think too much, Han Fei said, don't worry. I will also refine you into a puppet. People of the same race should stay together. I believe that after becoming puppets, you will all become my good helpers. Oh. Right, the way to refine you and the way to refine him may be different. The way to refine you may be more special, but don't worry. There won't be any pain. Chen Di shivered. He had never felt so scared. Became a cold puppet after cultivating all his life? He would rather die than become a puppet. Chen Di struggled and roared, kill me. I'd rather die. Why do you have to do such a dirty thing? Han Fei said leisurely, my business is not dirty at all. I will use your body to study your 10,000 scale race. I will develop a technique that can quickly control your 10,000 scale race. I will turn each of you into a puppet, and I will make them all become traitors like you to resolve the grudge that our human race has held against your 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years. Well, enough talking. Oh, why am I telling you this? Seeing Han Fei walking towards him, Chen Di struggled crazily and shouted in horror, who are you? You are a human. How can there be a human being as strong as you? No, your strength is not in the early stage star transformation realm. You are not Yifeng Lu. Who are you exactly? Chen Di went crazy, and Han Fei snorted. I am your ancestor. Unlike Zhang Beihai, Han Fei brought Chen Di into his origin star after killing him. And everyone pretended not to see that such a strong great Dao crack had appeared in the camp. What else could the traitor's fate be other than death? This research took Han Fei nearly 100 years. He discovered that the more complicated a creature was, the more difficult it was to develop seal techniques and arrays that specifically targeted them. After wasting a lot of energy crystals, Han Fei finally developed an array that could parasitize the 10,000 scale race. Once it successfully parasitized a member of the 10,000 scale race, the array would evolve on its own and condense into a sole parasitic seal. This was the sole parasitic seal that could be used on the 10,000 scale race. With the help of the demon purification pot, as long as he consumed enough energy crystals, he could control many 10,000 scale race cultivators. Soon, the 10,000 scale race cultivators in the infinite mining area would all become his puppets. Since Zhang Beihai's victory in the defending war, his name had shaken the infinite mining areas, and the ranking of the city of scavengers had jumped from 32nd to 18th. Although he didn't make it to the top 10, the higher the ranking, the more difficult it was to raise it. The city of scavengers was already at the top, but now it even jumped to the 18th place. This was enough to show the strength of the city of scavengers. Therefore, a lot more strong masters were attached to the city of scavengers. As a result, the overall strength of the city of scavengers exceeded any previous moment. Without Han Fei's intervention, Zhang Beihai's plan would have been a huge success. Unfortunately, so far, everything he did had been in vain. Outside the camp of the City of Wanderers, Long Wu was meeting Han Fei with Chen Tianya. Long Wu and Chen Tianya were not surprised to see Han Fei at all. This big shot was elusive. After the northern expedition, no one knew where he was anymore. However, as a human, he would always have contact with the city of scavengers. However, the two of them were looking at Zhang Daqian, Long Wu. Why did you bring a member of the 10,000 scale race? Han Fei casually threw out a small world and said, there are 10,000 level 7 minerals and countless resources in it. I'm not giving them to you for free. I want energy crystals, and I need a lot of them. Of course, I know the situation in the chaotic wasteland, so I won't spend all your annual harvest. But I need you to give me a batch every year. Also, the next tide wave should be coming soon. Prepare 3 billion energy crystals first. Then it will be 100 million a year for at least 30 years. Hiss. Long Wu and Chen Tianya felt a headache coming on. Han Fei really dared to ask for billions of energy crystals. Even if everyone in the City of Wanderers in the chaotic wasteland hunted more than 10 ominous creatures during the tidal wave, they couldn't get 6 billion energy crystals. Even in the past, after every tidal wave, minus their basic consumption and the necessary resources, the entire City of Wanderers produced no more than 50 billion energy crystals. But Han Fei asked for a tenth of it in one go, which shocked Long Wu and Chen Tianya. Han Fei said casually, this is Yifeng Liu from the City of Scavengers. He is completely trustworthy. In the future, he will be the one contacting you when I appear one day, or if the City of Scavengers is destroyed, or if you pay 6 billion energy crystals in full, our deal will be over. To be honest, you won't lose anything. 10,000 level 7 minerals are far more valuable than that. I can totally ask you for 60 billion energy crystals, but I know you guys are poor. Long Wu said without thinking, okay, today every year, energy crystals will be delivered on time. Han Fei suddenly thought of something and said, right, get me some more clean stones. Not much. 1 billion will be enough. Longwu didn't even blink. Okay. Then Longwu asked, are you leaving? Hanfei nodded slightly. I'll be away for a while, but it won't affect our deal. Longwu said, the ranking of the City of Scavengers is greatly improved in the 100 Alliance City. A few years ago, Zhang Beihai killed Wang Yan from the Grand Development sect of the Central Sea Divine Realm alone, and made a big name in the infinite mining area. You have to be careful. After all, Hanfei had once said that he would destroy the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin. However, these two forces were too strong. Although Hanfei was strong, he was still in the sky-opening realm, although it was said that he could even fight the great monarch Bloody Hand. However, according to the comments of countless witnesses, Hanfei had borrowed the power of Puppet City and was mainly being beaten. Therefore, Longwu actually wanted to remind Hanfei not to show off. That kind of force couldn't be destroyed easily. Hanfei didn't want to explain anything. He just said casually, just mind your own business. After leaving the Mine Demon Stream, Hanfei only stayed in the 100 Alliance City and the City of Scavengers for about half a year. As for the City of Origin, Hanfei had some ideas, but the City of Origin was stronger than the City of Scavengers. Besides, if he didn't have the confidence to win quickly, he might as well not fight. Therefore, Hanfei temporarily gave up attacking the City of Origin. Instead, he carried the vast ocean navigator and began to search for the location of the God-burying ridge. In the end, the direction indicated by the vast ocean navigator was the west side of the infinite mining area. And that happened to be where the ferocious beasts were. The western part of the infinite mining area was dominated by the ferocious beasts. The western mining area was essentially not much different from the northern mining area. The only difference was that the ferocious beasts had strong masters, and they had lived here for too long and opened up a unique path. Most of the other places were as dangerous as the northern mining areas. This was also a natural barrier for the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, no matter how many strong masters there were in the ferocious beasts, their number wouldn't exceed 100,000. Compared to the entire infinite mining area, this number was still small. If it were an ordinary person, it would be very difficult for them to cross the countless natural barriers and reach the ferocious beasts without the guiding of the ferocious beasts. Of course, Hanfei was not an ordinary person. Although he knew that the ferocious beasts were in the western mining area, he didn't know the exact location of the ferocious beasts. The map of the infinite mining area he had obtained previously didn't involve this area at all, but only roughly marked a location. As for Hanfei, with the help of the twin divine technique, he walked unhurriedly and slowly like when he entered the northern mining area. The difference was that Hanfei had completely lost interest in those ordinary mine demons. He had too many resources. He couldn't use up such a large number of resources. Besides, what he needed now was not resources. As long as he cultivated step by step, his strength would naturally grow. After more than 6 years of hibernation, he felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck. It wouldn't be long before he could condense the first Dao lock. Hanfei didn't care if he had a Dao lock. The existence of a Dao lock was to limit his strength. However, having a Dao lock didn't mean that he was necessarily strong. Without a Dao lock, one could directly prove his Dao after comprehending the law. To put it bluntly, the Tao lock was prepared for those who couldn't quickly prove Tao. Those who were truly confident and could prove Tao at any time didn't need the Tao lock to restrict their strength. Whether it was someone with a Tao lock or someone without a Tao lock, once they proved their Tao, they would be equal. The reason why the Emperor Sparrow had Tao locks was that he had swallowed too much ominous power, and Han Fei's strength was limited to the sky opening realm. Otherwise, the Emperor Sparrow wouldn't have needed to condense Tao locks at all and could have directly proven Tao. In the end, it was Han Fei who burdened the Emperor Sparrow. More than 3 months later, Han Fei advanced at a turtle speed in the western mining area with his black mist body, avoiding many dangers, and finally encountered the first non-mine demon creature, which was naturally a ferocious beast. Han Fei was lost for words. Was it certain that he would meet ferocious beasts in the western mining area? Of course not. The entire western mining area was unimaginably huge. He was just walking in the direction indicated by the vast ocean navigator when he happened to encounter a ferocious beast. Was this a coincidence, or was it destined? Han Fei was here to look for the god-burying ridge. There might be secrets about the demon god, or even inheritances, buried here. But on the way to look for the demon god, he encountered a ferocious beast. This inevitably reminded Han Fei of what Wang Xiaojiao said. He said that the ferocious beasts were arranged to come to the infinite mining area of the East Sea Divine Realm. In other large divine realms, there were also ferocious beasts sent over, but most ferocious beasts actually didn't know this. Then, was there a possibility that the ferocious beasts were related to the demon god? Han Fei wasn't sure now, but as long as he kept going down, he would find out. Sooner or later. At this moment, what Han Fei saw was a pangolin, or a guy who looked like a pangolin, chewing on a level 6 mineral at the moment. Since the other party dared to appear in this remote corner alone, he was definitely not a mediocre person. His strength was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Perhaps it was because his carapace and scales were very hard that he dared to come so far to hunt. For the first time, Han Fei saw that the mineral was for eating. Han Fei could see that after the pangolin ate this mineral, the scales on its body were shining. It was not until 6 hours later that the light of the scales on its body faded away, and then it plunged into the mountain. Damn it. Didn't I just steal a level 8 mineral for eating? It's been 3,000 years. Why am I still not allowed to go back? The 100 Dragon Mountain Range is such a damn remote place with so few mines. Who would come here? The pangolin seemed to be very familiar with the terrain here, and it seemed to have dug many passages in the mountain. It quickly went from one mountain to another, muttering along the way. Alas, the resources of the 100 Dragon Mountain Range are getting scarcer and scarcer. Why are the mine demons not coming? It's been 3,000 years. Big Luolua's anger should have subsided. Alas, why am I always the one who comes out to work? Sooner or later, I'll reach the perfected star transformation realm. At that time, I won't listen to her orders. I'm going home. Today, once again I got nothing. Han Fei listened to the pangolin muttering to itself along the way. It seemed to be depressed. Han Fei didn't intend to attack it. It wasn't his purpose to attack an unknown person. Following the pangolin all the way, Han Fei crossed nearly 10,000 mountains and finally saw a clam mountain piled up like a fortress at the intersection of warm currents. Besides, the clams here were all living creatures. If one took a closer look, they would even find that the clam mountains here were distributed regularly and piled up like beehives. With Han Fei's keen perception of arrays, when he saw the environment here, he found that this was a big array. And the person who arranged the big array was lying on his back in the water, holding a big clam in his arms and banging it. An otter? Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that there were only two ferocious beasts here, a pangolin and an otter. At this moment, the pangolin returned and said angrily, "Wang Lanlan, I was patrolling the mountain outside, but you were eating and drinking at home. Aren't you a little too much?" Slurp slurp. The otter didn't move, but just snorted lazily. Alas, Jueju, why are you still so petty? The 100-Dragon Mountain Range is not dangerous. It's just a routine patrol. There's no need for both of us to do it. The pangolin roared angrily, "Don't call me Jueju. My name is Yuju." You made my name sound not masculine at all. Wang Lanlan said, "Why do you need to be masculine? Do you want to attract me? I warn you, give up. I won't consider you unless you can get me back to the clan and build 100 nests for me." Yuju was so angry that he laughed. "You think too much. I would rather die alone than fall in love with a lazy bum like you." Boom. As soon as Yuju shouted this, his head was hit by a clam shell, which shattered. Yuju, on the other hand, seemed fine and even scratched his head twice with his claws. However, Yuju was still furious. "Wang Lanlan, don't go too far. If you hadn't secretly eaten 2 level 8 minerals, could you have advanced to the perfected star transformation realm? Just wait. I'm about to advance too. When I advance, I'll be the first to smash your head." Boom. Caught off guard, Yuju was hit in the head by another clam shell. Wang Lanlan kicked and floated over. She turned to look at Yuju and said, "If you keep nagging, get out of my nest." Humph. Yuju snorted and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a level 6 mineral and nibbled on it. Crunch. Wang Lanlan's eyes lit up when she saw the level 6 mineral. She swam all the way over. "Where's the level 6 mineral from?" Yuju snorted. "I met 2 stupid mine demons. They hid in the depths of the 100-Dragon Mountain Range and were dug out by me." Wang Lanlan said, "2? Give me one." Yuju immediately said, "No, I already ate one on the way." Boom. Yuju was hit again and immediately said angrily, "Wang Lanlan, if you hit my head again, I won't let you off." Wang Lanlan snorted arrogantly. "Why didn't you save 1 mineral for me? I let you live in my nest for nothing." "Hey, Jueju, why don't we sneak back?" When Yuju heard this, he quickly shook his head like a rattle and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not going back. If Big Luoluo sees us run back like this, she will twist our heads off." Wang Lanlan finally turned over and whispered, "Big Luoluo doesn't have the time to care about us. I heard that she's so worried now. The Emperor Sparrow has appeared in our infinite mining area. How can she not be worried? I heard that she can't sleep all day long." Yuju asked in confusion, "How do you know that?" Wang Lanlan said, "When you were patrolling the mountain, Wang Xiaojiu came here. He nagged for a long time. He also said that the batch of level 7 minerals he brought back was about to be used up. If we don't steal some now, we won't be able to Yuju said in shock. Steal? Wang Lanlan, you still don't give up stealing? Do you want to guard the 100-dragon mountain range for another 10,000 years? Wang Lanlan said, it would be a waste not to steal them. Do you think Big Luoluo doesn't know? She's just not in the mood to care. Wang Xiaojiu said. That erga took more than 200 people to steal one piece each. Yuju was shocked again. Is Huang erga crazy? How can Big Luoluo not know? Wang Lanlan said, she knows. That's why Huang erga only took those who are about to make a breakthrough to steal. Big Luoluo turned a blind eye to it, so they got their way. Although they were sent to guard the storm ridge, they succeeded. I heard that Huang ergu successfully condensed 4 Dao locks. What a pity. I only condensed 1 Dao lock. Yuju couldn't help but exclaim, Huang ergu has 4 Dao locks? How did he condense them? Wang Lanlan said leisurely. Wang Xiaojiu said that Huang ergu stole the minerals from him. Wang Xiaojiu was so angry that he chased him and beat him up more than a dozen times. Yuju was dumbfounded. Wang Xiaojiu came all the way here and didn't bring a few pieces of level 7 mineral? Wang Lanlan said, yes. He brought 2. Yuju asked, where are they? Wang Lanlan said, I ate them. There are only 2 pieces in total. Wang Xiaojiu is getting stingier and stingier. Yuju's tail soared into the sky, turned into a huge tail, and slapped Wang Lanlan directly. However, before this huge tail could be completely condensed, it was slapped in the head by Wang Lanlan and disappeared. Yuju roared indignantly, Wang Lanlan, I'm gonna kill you. Slurp slurp ah. While stuffing clam meat into her mouth, Wang Lanlan said lazily, idiot, why are you angry at me? We have to think of a way to go back and steal some more minerals. At most, we'll be punished for guarding the storm ridge like ergu. Anyway, I'm tired of staying in the 100 Dragons mountain range. If it were the storm ridge, there would be more people. Yuju was speechless. He said in a muffled voice again, but it has only been 3,000 years since Big Luoluo sent us to patrol the mountain. We're supposed to patrol the mountain for 5,000 years. Wang Lanlan said, heh. If we don't go back, the next time we go back, Big Luoluo might be replaced by the Emperor Sparrow. In my opinion, Big Luoluo doesn't have the mood to care about us at all now. This is a good time to slip back. At most, we'll be scolded by her. Besides, you're only 1 step away from the perfected star transformation realm. With your pure prehistoric ferocious beast bloodline, with some more resources, you might be able to condense a Dao lock in a few 100 years. Isn't it better than patrolling the lousy mountain? Only 1 or 2 mine demons can be met several years here. Who can stand it? Yuju hesitated for a long time before saying, then, are we really slipping back? Wang Lanlan said, it's up to you. Anyway, I've condensed a Dao lock. But you haven't reached the perfected star transformation realm yet. Looking at the simple-minded Yuju and then at the shrewd Wang Lanlan, Han Fei thought to himself, the ferocious beasts do seem interesting. As for who Big Luoluo was, she must be a leader-level powerhouse among the ferocious beasts, probably a monarch. Otherwise, how could she casually arrange for these ferocious beasts to stay or leave? However, Wang Xiaojiu had been here recently, which was something he didn't expect. If Wang Xiaojiu had been here, it meant that the camp of the ferocious beasts might not be far from here. Of course, Wang Xiaojiu was fast and naggy. Maybe he was really bored and wandered around. Cats were like this, jumping around and excited for no reason. Han Fei thought that since he had found the ferocious beasts, could he not go and take a look? This was God's will. According to the personality of the Emperor Sparrow, if he really proved his Tao, he would definitely take down the ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area. There was no need to hide this. There was nothing wrong with their worries. The Emperor Sparrow had long been tempted, but his strength hadn't been enough yet, and he was still lying low. Not only did he want to subdue these ferocious beasts, but his goal was the entire ferocious beasts. However, it might not be a bad thing for him in the medium to long term if the Emperor Sparrow could subdue the ferocious beasts. There were not many humans left in the entire sea realm, and everyone knew that the human race was weak. The rise of the human race was definitely not something that could be achieved overnight. Puppet City could only provide a place of refuge for the human race, but billions of humans couldn't just be packed in Puppet City. Therefore, it would be great if more major factions could form an alliance with the human race. However, he was hesitant to go to the ferocious beasts directly. They had several monarchs, and the strongest of them was at the immortal level. If he went in openly, they might attack him. At this moment, Yu Ju was wondering if he should go back. After all, he wasn't as carefree as Wang Lanlan, who could stay anywhere. Yu Ju was about to argue with Wang Lanlan again, hoping that Wang Lanlan would continue to egg him on for a while. Then maybe he would make up his mind. However, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Stop dilly-dallying. You're such a timid pangolin. You're tempted, but don't dare to do it. So what if you've reached the perfected star transformation realm? Even if you have 5 Tao locks, can you prove your Tao? Buzz. At that moment, Yu Ju instantly shrank into a ball, all the scales on his body stood up, and his hair stood on end. Wang Lanlan disappeared in an instant and stood in a corner of the clam mountain, which should be the Array Eye. Han Fei, on the other hand, showed up without hesitation. After he showed up, the pangolin was shivering, because the person who spoke was standing on him. Besides, with the terrifying suppressing pressure, he felt that he might be crushed to death if he moved. Bam! Bam! Han Fei kicked Yu Ju's head twice and said, "Look at you. If I were you, I would have gone back long ago. Since Big Luoluo is so lax with you, what are you afraid of?" At this moment, Wang Lanlan turned into a human and looked like a girl. She held a branch in his hand as a weapon, looking quite valiant. She shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Han Fei pointed at the pangolin and said, "I came in with him." Wang Lanlan shouted coldly, "That's impossible. How can I not know you've entered my nest?" Han Fei was too lazy to explain. He just shrugged and said, "I mean, you know. Harm, really. Otherwise, how could this fool come back alive?" With that, Han Fei walked down from the pangolin, and the latter tried to burrow into the ground. However, Han Fei casually grabbed his tail and said, "Stop running. Get down." Activating the great Tao of strength, Han Fei slapped Yu Ju's head, and the latter fell to the ground, setting off surging ripples. On the other side, Wang Lanlan grew anxious. "Let him go, or we'll have to fight to the death. My lazy bummeray is not a joke. At least I can make you die with me." Wang Lanlan just bit the bullet and bragged, "Make this guy die with her? How?" Could a terrifying existence who could sneak into her nest without being noticed by her at all possibly die with her? Han Fei said, "Your array is not bad, but I've been here for a long time. If I hadn't studied it thoroughly, would I have come to see you?" As he talked, the big array began to tremble, and a water sword appeared in every corner of the big array. At some point, the infinity water had penetrated into the foundation of the big array. If Han Fei detonated the infinity water at this moment, even if he couldn't completely break through the array, it wouldn't be able to trap him. Tweet. With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the Emperor Sparrow soared into the sky. The Emperor Sparrow stood on one of the array foundations of the clam mountain, glanced at Yuju and Wang Lanlan, and said softly, "Too pure. Blooded prehistoric ferocious beasts? That's rare. Why don't you kneel down to me?" Buzz. Whether it was Yuju or Wang Lanlan, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. There was a thunderclap in their minds, directly stunning the two of them. Yuju's body trembled crazily, and he was horrified. Master Emperor Sparrow? Gulp. Wang Lanlan's eyelids were also jumping crazily at this moment. While swallowing her saliva, she thought about the news of the reappearance of the Emperor Sparrow. I'm doomed. Why did the Emperor Sparrow appear in this damn place? At this moment, Wang Lanlan didn't dare to run. Firstly, she couldn't run away. She had already felt that something seemed to have changed in the array. Secondly, her bloodline was directly suppressed, and her strength suddenly decreased by 30%. In such a state, she didn't even dare to think about running away under the nose of the Emperor Sparrow. Wang Lanlan hurriedly said, "Wang Lanlan greets Senior Emperor Sparrow. Senior, please don't lower yourself to our level. One of us is a pangolin, and the other is an otter. Our meat is not delicious. It's both sour." Han Fei saw that Wang Lanlan was almost crying. He glanced at the Emperor Sparrow speechlessly and said, "Hey, that's enough, all right? Look at how scared she is." The Emperor Sparrow snorted and said indifferently, "I don't have the habit of eating ferocious beasts. The two of you, come to greet me." How could Yuju and Wang Lanlan dare to disobey him? That was a bloodline suppression. The moment the Emperor Sparrow appeared, they knew that they couldn't escape. It had to be known that among the ferocious beasts, only 1 or 2 out of 100 were pure-blooded. Unless their bloodline was awakened, it was almost impossible for them to return to their pure-blooded state. Therefore, pure-blooded ferocious beasts had a very high status among the ferocious beasts. Furthermore, because their bloodline was pure, their cultivation potential was extremely high. Under normal circumstances, their bloodline could directly suppress non-pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Now, they finally experienced the feeling of their bloodline being suppressed. It was a fear that originated from their hearts. This fear had nothing to do with their Tao hearts. It was instinctive fear. If they had already proven Tao, this instinctive fear would still exist, but at that time, they could completely suppress this instinctive fear. The Emperor Sparrow landed on Han Fei's shoulder, and like 2 elementary school students, Yuju and Wang Lanlan transformed into humans and stood in line respectfully. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Tell me, who is in charge of you now? I mean, which one is the strongest among you?" Yuju's face was pale, and he didn't dare to speak. Wang Lanlan was a little stronger than Yuju, but her voice trembled. 7 Ultimate Divine Spider. Lord Emperor Sparrow, we are all good ferocious beasts. 7 ultimate divine spiders? Humph. The Emperor Sparrow raised his head high and looked sideways at the two of them disdainfully. A ferocious beast is a ferocious beast. How can there be a good ferocious beast? Since you are ferocious beasts, you should show your true nature. Are the two of you descendants of the thousand-wit otter and the North Dark Pangolin? Wang Lanlan and Yu Ju nodded repeatedly. As long as they could be related to their ancestors, they just needed to nod. Besides, what the Emperor Sparrow said was true. The Emperor Sparrow's attitude softened slightly. No wonder, one is foxy and the other is hopelessly stupid. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Emperor Sparrow. Is the 7 ultimate divine spider very powerful? The Emperor Sparrow nodded slightly. A fully grown 7 ultimate divine spider is indeed not weak. They were born with 7 laws. It can be said that they have the most combat skills among the prehistoric ferocious beasts, and they are also extremely intelligent. When I was the king of ferocious beasts, I had one 7 ultimate divine spider among my 8 generals. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed to be quite powerful. One had to know that the Emperor Sparrow used to be able to fight gods alone and controlled countless ferocious beasts. To be ranked among the 8 generals under him, it was probably a great monarch-level powerhouse. Han Fei didn't feel much when he heard this, but Wang Lanlan and Yu Ju felt that their heads were buzzing. It turned out that Big Luolua's bloodline was so strong. They had stolen a lot of Big Luolua's things in the past. The Emperor Sparrow glanced at the two of them sharply and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance to serve me. Remember, there's only this one chance. If I prove my Tao in the future, you might not be qualified to serve me." When Yu Ju heard this, he hesitated. However, when Wang Lanlan heard this, she immediately replied, "I, Wang Lanlan, swear with my bloodline, am willing to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow and never betray you. If I violate this oath, the heavens and the earth will punish me." Wang Lanlan directly took out a wisp of her essence blood. Han Fei immediately felt that the drop of blood contained mysterious Tao patterns. The essence blood turned into a Tao, melted in the sky and quickly disappeared. The Emperor Sparrow nodded slightly. "You're quite smart to make a bloodline oath." Han Fei glanced at the Emperor Sparrow, who said indifferently, "Different from other races, whether it's a ferocious beast or a divine beast, bloodline is extremely important. All the inheritances are in it. Once you swear on this, if you betray me, your bloodline will be severed and your inheritance will no longer exist." After that, Wang Lanlan kicked Yu Ju and said, "Idiot, swear. It's your blessing to be able to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow." Only then did Yu Ju realize what was going on. He hurriedly said, "I, Yu Ju, swear with my bloodline that I'm willing to follow Lord Emperor Sparrow and never betray you. If I violate this oath, I'll be executed by the heavens and the earth." Similarly, a drop of essence blood containing Tao runes melted into the sky. Han Fei was surprised. It was so easy to subdue the two? Sure enough, the Emperor Sparrow's name was very useful. With just a few words, 2 pure blooded beasts had pledged loyalty to him. The Emperor Sparrow said, "This person's name is Han Fei. Seeing him is like seeing me. Follow him for the time being." "Well, Han Fei, give them some benefits. It's impossible for me to not give my lackeys anything." Han Fei thought to himself, they're your lackeys, but you want me to give them benefits? Fine, since you're my spiritual beast, I'll do it for you. Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that it would be too stingy to give away level 7 minerals for the 2 pure-blood ferocious beasts. He took out 2 level 8 minerals and threw them out. 1 for each of you. Hiss. Yu Ju and Wang Lanlan's eyes lit up. A level 8 mineral. They had secretly eaten one and had been punished to patrol the mountain for 5,000 years, but now it had become a gift? Wang Lanlan was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Emperor Sparrow. Thank you, Master Han Fei. Just as Yu Ju was thanking him, the Emperor Sparrow said, give another one to this North Dark Pangolin. He's about to make a breakthrough. With another level 8 mineral, he can quickly stabilize his cultivation base and save at least 1,000 years of cultivation. Yu Ju was overjoyed to hear that. He hurriedly shouted, thank you, Master Emperor Sparrow. Thank you, Master Han Fei. Upon seeing this, Wang Lanlan secretly glanced at the Emperor Sparrow, who said, a level 8 mineral can't help you condense 2 Dao locks. Besides, whether you have a Dao lock or not has nothing to do with your strength. Being my lackey is already an opportunity for you. Wang Lanlan hurriedly bowed. I dare not think too much about it. I'll listen to your arrangements, Master Emperor Sparrow. Thousands of minds gathered around where the ferocious beasts lived. There were 33 super minds. In terms of total number, it couldn't compare to the entire 100 Alliance city. However, considering the number of ferocious beasts, it was obviously a huge resource. Of course, for ferocious beasts, with 80% of them in the sky-opening realm, the so-called super minds were not very meaningful to them. At this moment, Han Fei had transformed into Yu Ju's appearance. From his face, voice, breath, luck, pressure, the great Tao, and soul, he looked no different from Yu Ju in any aspect. Wang Lanlan was holding a big clam in her arms and sucking it while walking. She had looked at Han Fei countless times, and finally couldn't help but ask. Master Han Fei, is there really no problem with your imitation? Han Fei asked, do you see anything wrong? Wang Lanlan shook her head. I can't find any problem at all, but Big Luoluo is very strong. I can't see through your disguise, but maybe Big Luoluo can. If your identity is exposed, it's difficult to guarantee that no one from the ferocious beasts will have designs on you. Han Fei asked, is the Big Luoluo you mentioned at the immortal level? Wang Lanlan nodded repeatedly. Yes, Big Luoluo is the strongest of our ferocious beasts. It's difficult for us to guess what a monarch is capable of. Han Fei smiled casually. Don't worry. If it were before, Han Fei wouldn't have dared to pretend to be someone else and show up in front of other monarchs. But now, his strength was completely different. He could completely use the disguise power of the heaven-concealing divine technique, plus the effect of the heaven-deceiving technique and half of the essence blood he had extracted from Yu Ju to disguise himself. He wanted to see if an immortal level powerhouse could see through him. Even if he was seen through, he wasn't afraid. Han Fei even wanted to meet the leader of the ferocious beasts. If the 7 ultimate divine spider was really as smart as the Emperor Sparrow said, and if the demon purification pot was right that anyone who killed the Emperor Sparrow would die, then the 7 ultimate divine spider had no reason to kill him. Besides, even if that person really wanted to kill him, it was impossible for him to come up and kill him without saying anything. If that was the case, this 7 ultimate divine spider would be too stupid. There were many rumors outside, and Wang Xiaojiu had even personally witnessed that the emperor sparrow was his spiritual beast. He should have considered what kind of person could have a terrifying existence like the emperor sparrow as his spiritual beast. Therefore, although this trip to the ferocious beasts was a bit risky, it was worth a try. With the 7 ultimate divine spiders' control and information network in the western mining area, maybe he could learn some things about the God-burying ridge. 3 days later, Han Fei and Wan Lanlan had already snuck back to the ferocious beasts' camp. There was no such thing as a city here. There were all mountains, so most of the ferocious beasts ran from this to that mountain. In fact, many of the ferocious beasts were very naughty and often went to the homes of the powerful ferocious beasts they were familiar with to steal things. After stealing things, it didn't matter if they could run away or not. If they couldn't, they would be beaten up or punished, just like Wan Lanlan and Yu Ju. At this moment, as they approached the camp, there were more and more ferocious beasts. From afar, Han Fei could often sense the figures of ferocious beasts shuttling randomly around. Even in the void, there were ferocious beasts fighting fiercely, but no one cared. Han Fei said, "Your punishment hasn't been over yet. If you enter the camp openly, won't you be kicked out?" Wang Lanlan certainly couldn't go in openly. The reason why I went to steal minerals with Yu Ju was that Yu Ju had always liked to dig tunnels. Half of the tunnels under our camp were dug by him. Previously, we were happy to play hide and seek in the tunnels, so no one would pay attention. But Yu Ju wasn't stupid. He knew to keep some secret tunnels. Wang Lanlan shook her hand and took out a topographic map, which was densely packed with route maps, and all routes were marked, including the length and depth of the tunnels. Those without special colors were common tunnels that anyone could come in to have fun. But there were also some special tunnels marked on it. Han Fei asked, "What do the red routes represent?" Wan Lanlan said, "They were used when we went to steal. Well, when we visited our friends." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I don't believe you. Visited your friends? Why did you need to dig tunnels to visit your friends?" Wang Lanlan chuckled. "Master Han Fei, in fact, our habit of stealing is not really stealing. This is actually a kind of training to train your perception ability, screening ability, defense ability, judgment of danger, and so on." Han Fei said, "Then put treasures directly in your origin star." "Who can steal them from your origin star?" Wang Lanlan said, "Of course we will put some things on our origin stars, but we will also hide treasures at home and wait for others to steal them, mainly to motivate us to grow." Han Fei was lost for words. "Are you looking for trouble?" Wang Lanlan said, "Well, if we don't steal anything but get caught, we'll go to the void to fight the owner. If we win, we can still take the things away." Han Fei found it interesting. How did these ferocious beasts invent such a cultivation method? However, on second thought, Han Fei asked, "Do you mean that I can steal too?" Wang Lanlan said, "As long as your identity isn't exposed, it should be fine, Master Han Fei. However, it seems that except for a very few strong masters, there might not be anything at our home that you're interested in." Wang Lanlan didn't think that anyone who could casually throw out 3 level 8 minerals was short of money. With his wealth, did he need to steal? Han Fei realized that it did make sense. He wouldn't steal unless it was a monarch's treasure, but that would be too much. If he pretended to be a ferocious beast just to steal, it would be embarrassing. After all, in a sense, he not only represented himself, but also represented the Emperor Sparrow. If he really stole the ferocious beast's treasures, it would be fine if he didn't get caught, but if he was caught, the image of the Emperor Sparrow might immediately collapse. Han Fei pointed at the map and said, "Have these black lines never been used for stealing?" Wan Lanlan shook her head. "These tunnels have never been used." Han Fei asked again, "Which tunnel is connected to Big Luolua's home?" Buzz. Wan Lanlan looked at Han Fei in shock. "Master Han Fei, are you going to steal from Big Luoluo? If Big Luoluo finds out that you are not Yuju," Han Fei said with a smile, "first of all, you two shouldn't appear in the ferocious beast camp now. Secondly, you plan to steal Big Luolua's treasures in the first place. Lastly, if I don't steal Big Luoluo, what's the point of going to the ferocious beast camp? To spend all day in the tunnels? I won't even be able to take a walk there." "But," Han Fei said, "no buts. Since Big Luoluo has a good temper, there's no reason for her to beat and kill me." Wang Lanlan said, "Big Luoluo has a bad temper sometimes. When she's fierce, she's very scary. Especially when she's fierce to her enemies, everyone is scared." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "Cut the crap. Let's go. Lead the way." As long as the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast, Han Fei would never be able to escape from the ferocious beasts, since he had to come into contact with them sooner or later. He might as well do it this time. Wang Lanlan awkwardly led Han Fei into a cave in a mine. When they really entered the mine dug by Yuju, Han Fei was amazed that this guy wasn't very stupid. This cave was riddled with holes, and there were countless roads behind each hole. Who the hell could remember this? After Wang Lanlan led Han Fei through tens of thousands of caves, he was finally convinced. No wonder the North Dark Pangolin hung around with the thousand-wit otter. A smart person and a very powerful fool were more compatible than two smart people. Wang Lanlan said, "Master Han Fei, the roads I took you on had never been used before. Otherwise, you might encounter many ferocious beasts on other roads. Now, we are more than 300 kilometers deep into the mine where Big Luolua's home is. Because this is a super mine, it has the ability to block perception. So even monarchs can't reach here with perception." "But are we really going there?" Han Fei said, "Sure. Tell me, how can I steal things? Even if she can't sense it in the mine, once we leave the mine cave, as an immortal level powerhouse, how can she not even find you?" Wang Lanlan said, "When Big Luoluo cultivates at home, she doesn't envelop everything with her perception. She will only set some small traps. As long as the traps are not triggered, we are lucky. So as long as the noise is not too loud, as long as we don't meet her face to face, we can steal." Han Fei was lost for words. "Isn't this sending resources to you?" Wang Lanlan said, "Big Luoluo is rich. Rich people just want to play. She treats this as a game, so do we. However, if you lose the game, you have to be punished, but you will just need to cultivate in seclusion for 100 years, patrol the mountains, guard the storm ridge, go on business trips to the 100 Alliance City, or harass divine beasts, and so on. Everyone is used to it." Hearing Wang Lanlan's words, Han Fei was really curious. This strong Cultivator's hobby was a little special. If people came to steal from her every day, even a monarch wouldn't be able to resist 100,000 people stealing at the same time, right? Han Fei said, let's go up. Wang Lanlan made up her mind. Since she was already here, even if she was discovered, Big Luoluo wouldn't blame her, right? She was only in the perfected star transformation realm. Besides, since the Emperor Sparrow had ordered her, there was no way she could refuse the Emperor Sparrow. Wang Lanlan led Han Fei all the way up and said, Master Han Fei, when we go out, we have to be careful of the traps set up by Big Luoluo. Big Luoluo often sets up some small arrays, illusions, mechanisms, ripples of Tao patterns, bug puzzles, and so on. Han Fei was dumbfounded, but he thought that it was just some small traps and not a big problem. He said, can we use perception? Wang Lanlan said, it can only be used in a small area. It's not a problem to use it in a place visible to the naked eye. Once it's used in a large range, it will be equivalent to telling Big Luoluo that you're here. Then you will be caught in an instant. Han Fei nodded slightly. Soon, he and Wang Lanlan walked to the end of this passage. The last 10 meters of the mine had not been cleared. Only when this passage was activated would Juju come to clear it. However, this naturally couldn't stop Han Fei. Although he wasn't a North Dark Pangolin, he was very good at digging too. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water turned into the big claws of the pangolin and began to dig. After only dozens of seconds, a channel was dug out. Han Fei and Wang Lanlan stuck their heads out, only to see a forest of demon plants, but didn't find any traces. In the infinite mining area, it was not easy to establish a demon plantation forest. It could only be said that Big Luoluo must value the quality of life and not want to look at hard stones all day long. Wang Lanlan jumped out and said via voice transmission, Master Han Fei, we should be in Big Luoluo's demon plantation forest. There are more than 300 such demon plantation forests at Big Luoluo's home. Even if we walk with our eyes closed, we won't encounter Big Luoluo. Han Fei also jumped out at this moment, glanced casually, and said, does she like treasures very much? Wang Lanlan said, that's right. When Luoluo is happy, she will let tens of thousands of people search for treasures together. Whoever finds them will have the treasures. But the premise is that the scenery in her house can't be ruined. Therefore, we can only find it with our own wisdom. Last time, it was I who found a level 8 mineral. Unfortunately, Yuju was so happy that he triggered a mechanism, causing the two of us to be caught. Han Fei nodded slightly and walked casually to the flowers. He pointed casually, and among the thousands of flower buds, one bloomed instantly. This flower bud wrapped a level 7 mineral. Huh? Well. Wang Lanlan was dumbfounded. He found it so easily, and even got a level 7 mineral? Wang Lanlan asked, Master Han Fei, how did you find it? Han Fei asked, is there a need to look for it? Can't you see that the stem of this flower is slightly more curved than other flowers? Wang Lanlan stared at the flower for a long time and shook her head. I can't tell. Han Fei said, okay. You may not have good eyesight. Let's wander around. With that, Han Fei threw the level 7 mineral to Wang Lanlan. The latter took it and raised her eyelids, thinking, is this mine? However, just as she thought so, she heard Han Fei say, remember to give half of the treasure you find to Yuju. You Jew is weak. You are smarter than him. You should give him some pointers. Wang Lanlan nodded. Yes. Wang Lanlan followed him, but before he walked more than 30 steps, Han Fei stopped and turned to a big tree not far away. He flicked his finger, and a small spider on the tree flew to another tree. In the next moment, a leaf fell from the tree. The moment the leaf fell, it turned golden. Wang Lanlan exclaimed, a one-time low-quality godly weapon, the golden leaf. Saber? Master Han Fei, how did you find it? Han Fei touched his nose, and said, there is a spider on this tree. Spiders usually represent wealth. Wang Lanlan was speechless. That's it? That's it. Wang Lanlan. After another 100 steps, Han Fei suddenly walked to the side of the road, moved a stone away, and moved the stone to the opposite side of another stone. Then, he saw that the stone cracked, revealing a level 7 mine. Wang Lanlan almost cried. Master Han Fei, why? Han Fei said, asymmetry affects aesthetics. Wang Lanlan. An hour later, Han Fei and Wang Lanlan finally walked out of the demon plant forest, only to see that Wang Lanlan was looking at Han Fei weirdly. He was simply king. God. She saw with her own eyes that Han Fei took out a jade slip from the mouth of a caterpillar. It was actually a concealment technique. Along the way, Han Fei had seen through 68 mechanisms and obtained 60 level 7 minerals, 3 low-quality one-time-use godly weapons, 2 jade slips, and 3 drops of soul purification water. Wang Lanlan had always felt that she was smart enough, but in fact, after meeting Han Fei, she realized how stupid she was. It turned out that big Luolua's house was full of treasures, but she had never found these treasures. After leaving the demon plant forest, a blue stone road appeared, and not long after, they saw a corridor. Wang Lanlan said, ah. It seems that our luck is very good. This is called the Opportunity Corridor. There are 108 steps in the entire corridor, and every step is a random teleportation door. Behind these 108 teleportation doors, there must be a place with top treasures, such as level 8 minerals, high-quality godly weapons, even one-time high-quality godly weapons, great techniques, and even divine techniques. Han Fei asked, only one has such an opportunity? Wang Lanlan nodded. Although only one has such an opportunity, there will be an opportunity behind every teleportation door. Whether we can find it depends on luck. Han Fei asked, where is Big Luoluo usually? Wang Lanlan said, Big Luoluo is usually cultivating. She is only responsible for arranging opportunities. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Isn't the probability of meeting her very low? Wang Lanlan said, that's right. That's why this is called the Opportunity Corridor. When you encounter the Opportunity Corridor, it usually represents opportunities. The success rate of stealing is as high as 99%. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Then let's go. Let's take a look around. Han Fei thought to himself, Big Luoluo is also a big-headed person. How rich must she be to be able to afford the stealing of so many ferocious beasts? On the other side, under a big tree in the super mine, 8 ferocious beasts were hanging on a branch. These ferocious beasts were hung upside down on the trunk, and under the tree there was a girl holding a whip in her hand, panting angrily. Pa! Pa! Slap! Howl howl! The girl waved the whip in her hand and snapped it. The 8 ferocious beasts hanging upside down on the tree, were whipped until their skin and flesh were lacerated. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely find that Wang Xiaojiu, who had been looking for him to chat, was hanging here, and he was the first to hang up. Oh. Big Luoluo, I was wrong. I'll go to the storm ridge to guard it. Slap. With one hand on her waist, the girl cursed, "Shut up. You triggered 8 seals and stealing." Ha, the seal bells are ringing nonstop in my ears. Don't you know I've been upset recently? Do you think you're qualified to guard the storm ridge? You'll probably end up being swallowed by the storm. Slap. A ferocious beast wailed, "Big Luoluo, I was wrong. Don't keep whipping my ass. On one side. Change to the other side." Slap. No, I won't. I just like whipping this side. The ferocious beast hurriedly said, "Big Luoluo, it's all Wang Xiaojiu's fault." Wang Xiaojiu was too fast and didn't stop in time, so he touched the seals. Wang Xiaojiu immediately cursed, "Bullshit, I didn't. It wasn't me. It had nothing to do with me. You guys were too slow." Slap. Woof. Wang Xiaojiu wailed and almost burst into tears. He shouted, "Big Luoluo, my fur is damaged. Pa. Pa. Pa." The girl whipped him 7 or 8 times in a row before she vented her anger. "You're the noisiest. Sooner or later, I'll rip your fur off. Make you stay with Baldy. You two are a good match." Wang Xiaojiu was immediately unhappy. "How can Baldy be compared to me? I am a pure-blood cat, but he is a fake one. He doesn't even have fur. He can't be called a cat." Pa. Pa. Shut up, shut up. Why do you nag all day long? You're the most annoying one in the entire ferocious beast lineage. Nag, nag, why didn't you die in puppet city? Wang Xiaojiu said, "Big Luoluo, I haven't nagged you recently. Stop whipping me, or you will kill this lovely cat." Big Luoluo snorted coldly. "It's good that you're dead. I don't want to see you again. Get your ass to the storm ridge and cultivate in the wind circle for 800 years. I'll skin you alive if you dare to come back a year earlier." Woof. Wang Xiaojiu wailed in pain, "Don't, Big Luoluo, I can go to the storm ridge. But I don't want to enter the wind circle. If I go there, I'll be killed in only 80 years. The girl snorted. "Great, then you can keep Baldy company." The other ferocious beasts didn't dare to speak, fearing that Big Luoluo would send them into the wind circle as soon as they opened their mouths. At this moment, under the big tree, with a flash of mystic light, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Hee hee. The girl crossed her arms. What a coincidence. Here comes another wave. Let me see who is so unlucky as to teleport right to me. Han Fei and Wang Lanlan did enter a portal at random, but when their eyes lit up, they saw 7 or 8 ferocious beasts hanging on the tree, and a girl was looking at them gloatingly with her arms crossed. "Ah. Li Luoluo?" Wang Lanlan screamed and was dumbfounded on the spot. Wang Lanlan sat on the ground. Before the girl could speak, she wiped her tears and said, "Why am I so unlucky? Big Luoluo, Jueju insisted on coming back. It has nothing to do with me." With that, Wang Lanlan suddenly remembered that Yuju was on Han Fei's origin star at the moment, and the person beside him was played by Han Fei. Wang Lanlan looked at Han Fei apologetically, thinking that it was a slip of the tongue. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. He was also stunned on the spot. Needless to say, the cat hanging on the tree was an old acquaintance. And the girl under the tree was also an old acquaintance. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Big Luoluo? He had thought that this was a very unique name. Now it seemed that this was Li Luoluo. Li Luoluo from the Inyang world, and then Li Luoluo, who hid in a corner of the raging sea. The sea realm was so big. He didn't expect to meet this woman here. Huh. The girl was also taken aback for a moment. She opened her mouth and said, "Very good, Jueju, you're really something, aren't you? How dare you call me by my name?" Slap. The whip came at him. Han Fei wanted to block it, but since he was acting as Ju, he didn't do so, and was whipped to the ground. Han Fei didn't know what to do. Li Luoluo was Big Luoluo. Wasn't this woman only a sea establisher? Even if she was just a clone back then, why was her original body so strong? You're an immortal level powerhouse, and the leader of the ferocious beasts. Why did you come to Inyang world to become a law enforcer? Are you serious? However, Li Luoluo didn't seem to notice Han Fei's abnormality at first. She just sneered. "Wang Lanlan, Jueju, you two are really capable. Is your punishment over yet? How dare you come back to steal from me? Do you think I don't exist?" Wang Lanlan immediately said, "Big Luoluo. It's Wang Xiaojiu. Wang Xiaojiu came to my place a few days ago to show off, saying that he had stolen a lot of minerals. He bewitched me, Big Luoluo. Please beware of this." Wang Xiaojiu was annoyed. "Wang Lanlan, come on. I didn't show off to you. I just went to chat with you. You can't slander me." Wang Lanlan said, it's you. You were showing off in front of me. Otherwise, how could I have come back?" Slap. Li Luoluo whipped at her. "Cut the crap. How can Wang Xiaojiu bewitch you? How many people in the entire ferocious beast lineage are smarter than you? And you even put the blame on Jueju. How dare he come back by himself?" In the next moment, the two of them only saw a flash before their eyes, and then they were hung next to Wang Xiaojiu. Han Fei was dumbfounded. This was really embarrassing. He, the dignified human emperor and the master of the Emperor Sparrow, was hung on a tree and whipped by someone. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. No, Han Fei immediately made a decision. Wang Lanlan was still next to him. What would she think if she saw him whipped? He had come here to visit the leader of the ferocious beasts. Since they were acquaintances, it should be easier for him to communicate with her, right? Therefore, Han Fei took the initiative to slightly change his aura. The moment Han Fei slightly changed his aura, Li Luoluo immediately looked at Han Fei and narrowed her eyes. Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei for 2 or 3 seconds. Han Fei didn't feel anything, but Wang Lanlan was already panicking. Her state made Li Luoluo even more certain of her guess. Swish. With a casual wave of Li Luoluo's hand, everyone fell to the ground. She said, "Everyone, get lost. Wang Xiaojiu, go to the storm ridge. It's been 3,000 years, but you stupid cat haven't proven Dao. If you still can't prove Dao this time, don't come back." Woof. Wang Xiaojiu was shocked. He shouted, "Didn't we agree that it would be 800 years? How did it become Tao proving? Big Luo, I'm wronged. Can you spare my life? Li Luo said, no. Get your ass there first. When I'm in a good mood and go there for a walk, you can beg me for my mercy. When Wang Xiaozhou heard this, he immediately said, then I'll go find Huang. Erga now. Goodbye, Big Luo. Wang Xiaozhou was about to slip away, but then he said, Big Luo, Wang Lan is really wicked. You can't let her off easily. She is a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, but she only has one Dao lock now. What a disgrace. She should be thrown into the wind circle and modified. F***ck off. Yes. Swish. Wang Xiaozhou ran away with a swish. The others also looked at Li Luo expectantly. The latter snorted coldly and said, you guys, go patrol the 100 Dragon Mountain Range for 3,000 years. Get lost. Yes, goodbye, Big Luo. At this moment, no one cared about Han Fei and Wang Lanlan. They felt that Wang Lanlan and Han Fei had actually saved them. Otherwise, they might have been hung for 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, before they left, they gave Han Fei and Wang Lanlan a sympathetic look. After everyone left, Li Luo narrowed her eyes and looked at Han Fei. You could have hidden yourself from me, but you deliberately revealed a strange aura. Since you're not Yuju, who are you? Ripples flashed on Han Fei's body, and in the next moment, he returned to his real appearance. Han Fei? Li Luolua's pupils were constricted slightly. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. How could I meet this guy in my hometown? Only Wang Lanlan looked at Li Luo in shock and said in surprise, do you know each other? Li Luo wasn't stupid. The moment she saw Han Fei, she seemed to understand something and couldn't help but say, human butcher? Han Fei smiled and nodded. As long as Li Luo wasn't stupid, she would definitely be able to guess it. Li Luo couldn't help but roll her eyes. I should have guessed that the human butcher is you, but I didn't expect you to be so good at running. You came to the infinite mining area alone. What's with the 7-kill army? I picked it up. Li Luo mocked, I want to pick one up too. By the way, I also want to pick up Puppet City. Where's the Emperor Sparrow? Why didn't I know that your spiritual beast is the Emperor Sparrow? Han Fei said, I can't tell you that, but I'm also surprised to see you. Li Luo rolled her eyes. Where did Jueju go? Did you kill him? Han Fei asked, do I look like someone who willfully kills innocent people? Li Luo, do you think you haven't killed enough people? Han Fei was lost for words. He's cultivating in my origin star, going to break through to the perfected star transformation realm. Li Luolua's face darkened. So you took my people under your command? Han Fei shrugged and said, you can't say that. I just happened to meet him. How would I know that Big Luo is you? If I had known, I would have come straight here. Wang Lanlan looked at Li Luo and Han Fei from time to time, wondering when the two of them knew each other. Big Luo had never left the ferocious beast camp. Besides, the two of them seemed to have an extraordinary relationship. Could it be that they were a couple? Seeing Wang Lanlan's eyes rolling, Li Luo whipped her. Stay here. Don't run anywhere. If you run, I'll throw you into the wind circle and let you be blown by the wind for 8,000 years. Wang Lanlan was speechless. I didn't do anything. Also, what the hell is 8,000 years? After 8,000 years, there will be nothing left of me. Wang Lanlan hurriedly said, I won't run. I definitely won't run. I won't even move. After that, a muscle appeared in Wang Lanlan's hand. She sat on the ground, with the muscle in her arms, preparing to eat until Li Luoluo and Han Fei finished chatting. Li Luoluo pushed back and a teleportation door appeared. She smiled faintly. Since you're already here, let me show you around. After a while, Han Fei came to Li Luoluo's real cultivation field. Just like when she was young, Li Luoluo still liked colorful things. The forest where she lived had many insect statues, flowers, and trees disguised by colorful insects, and many childish things, such as swings, cotton beds, warm pools, windmills, and so on. Of course, not all of them were made of worms. For example, there were peach trees here that were full of peaches, as well as olives, bananas, and so on. Han Fei vaguely remembered that these were the seeds he got from the underground city of the Scattered Stars Island. He didn't expect Li Luoluo to also get a batch of them and plant them all over the mountain here. Furthermore, these fruits became spiritual fruits here, and they were top-notch spiritual fruits. Because the power of minerals here was too rich in spiritual energy, it was difficult for these fruits not to mutate. Li Luoluo picked 2 peaches from the peach tree and threw one to Han Fei. She rubbed her hand on the peach and took a bite of the peach. She said, let me make it clear. Although I'm Li Luoluo, I'm not exactly the Li Luoluo you know. You should know that Li Luoluo is just my clone, but her personality is similar to mine. And I sent out tens of thousands of such clones back then. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can clones cultivate? Li Luoluo explained, my clones are different. They're made of worms and can exist independently, so they can cultivate on their own. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Then wouldn't it be easy for you to become a great monarch as long as you create tens of thousands of clones and make them all cultivate to the sky-opening realm or even the Tao-proving realm? Why are you still only at the immortal level? Li Luoluo couldn't help but be speechless. Only immortal level? You haven't proven Tao yet, and you despise I'm only at the immortal level? If you want to surpass the immortal level and become a great monarch, it's not as simple as having a few clones. No matter how many clones you have, it's only an increase in strength. However, there's a limit to the immortal level. At this limit, no matter how many clones you have, it's useless. A great monarch comprehends the ultimate truth of the great Tao and the law of all things and creates his unique path. It's not as simple as you think. After that, Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei up and down. But your cultivation speed is really fast. It's only been a few hundred years, but you've already reached the perfected star transformation realm. Furthermore, you can already kill powerhouses with 5 Tao locks and fight a monarch head-on. I didn't think you were so talented before. Han Fei smiled and said, I was in the raging sea. How can the raging sea compare to the sea realm? Li Luoluo snorted. That's true. To be able to become the master of the Emperor Sparrow, you should have peerless talent. But I still can't figure out how the Emperor Sparrow became your spiritual beast. Han Fei suggested, do you want me to call him out, and you two have a chat? No. Li Luoluo refused. I'd better not see him. I'll definitely have a headache when I see him. His appearance has been a headache for me for a long time. Now, because of your appearance, I suddenly feel better. I don't want to see him. Now. If I can't hold back. Han Fei said, whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. Li Luoluo snorted. I know. If I really want to kill you and him, do you think I need to do it myself? Gulp. Han Fei took a bite of the peach and said, there's indeed no need, but we're old acquaintances after all. With such a relationship, there's no need for us to fight. But I'm curious. Since you're already so strong, why did you split up so many clones? Also, how did you find the raging sea and enter the Yang world from it? Li Luoluo said, I had told you. I went to find the time worm and the space worm. Later, I found Chu Hao, who was in the monarch palace in the raging sea. But when I found him, the time worm and the space worm had already been taken away by someone, and then that person created the 10-color world. I chased all the way to the 10-color world, but the worms had already been taken away by your father, Han Guanchu, and your mother, Jiang Linxian. As a result, they were hunted down by others and ran away. Later, I tried my best to enter the Yang world. Before that, I had been raising worms in the monarch palace for a period of time. Han Fei was speechless. So the insectide I encountered in the monarch palace was raised by Li Luoluo? There was a reason for all coincidences. At this moment, Han Fei realized that many things were preordained. However, when Han Fei heard about the time worm and the space worm again, he couldn't help but wonder, are these two worms really that important? Li Luoluo seemed to be interested. Yes, very important. My monarch path is only short of these two insects. With them, I can immediately become a great monarch. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was King awesome. Han Fei's heart did a flip and he couldn't help but ask, will the time worm and the space worm die? Li Luoluo looked straight at Han Fei. No, but it's very difficult to find them. God knows which time and space node they are in. But if you can find your father and mother. Han Fei shrugged and said, I can't go back to the raging sea now. The 10,000 scale race has enslaved the human race for 100,000 years. If the current location of the raging sea is exposed, it will be the doomsday of the human race. Besides, to be honest, even if I go back now, I don't think I can find them. I think you saw my father just after I won the sea quelling painting. Why didn't you go to talk to him? Li Luoluo said, don't you know the strength of my clone? And at that time, your father didn't have the aura of the time worm on him, so I was prepared to wait. Who knew that your father was so elusive? I wanted to come out of the raging sea so that my original body could go over, but who knew that my memories of the raging sea would be severed by you after I came out? More importantly, you didn't cut off just one memory, but 7 of my memories. As she spoke, Li Luoluo stared straight at Han Fei. Ha ha ha, wasn't that to prevent the raging sea from being discovered? As you said, if your memories hadn't been severed by me, I'm afraid you would have gone to the raging sea long ago, right? Li Luoluo snorted. That's right. But I'm actually not in a hurry, because since you are still alive, a war will break out in the chaotic wasteland. Sooner or later, so I've been waiting. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Wait for me to prove my Tao and then attack the chaotic wasteland? Have you thought how many years you will have to wait? Li Luoluo shrugged. I haven't thought about it. My life at home is quite easy. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. If it weren't for the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow, I would be living quite happily now. Han Fei asked, hasn't your original body never left? Li Luoluo, yes. But I keep having clones come back. The scenery my clones have experienced is all my own experience. Isn't it good to travel all day long? Han Fei was speechless. Li Luoluo's mentality was really good, as could be seen from how she hid treasures every day and let her subordinates steal them. Li Luoluo said, now I'm relieved to see that you've reached the perfected star transformation realm and can already fight monarchs. It seems that you are not far from proving Tao. That means that the raging sea will come to the sea realm sooner or later. This is a good thing. Han Fei said, even if the raging sea comes over, my parents will not necessarily come over. Are you sure I can find them? Li Luoluo said, yes. As long as time and space are not destroyed, the two insects won't die. Besides, can your parents really sever all ties with you? In the raging sea, there must be a way to find them. Since the place and the people have been confirmed, why am I in a hurry? Han Fei retorted, aren't you afraid that the time worms and the space worms will be found by the time temple? Li Luoluo glanced at Han Fei. What do you mean? The raging sea also involves the time temple? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that Li Luoluo didn't know everything. He nodded. Yes, so I can't guarantee that I can find these two worms. I can only try my best. Li Luoluo frowned. The time temple can even set foot in that crappy place. As expected of one of the three holy temples. Oh, right, why did you come to the ferocious beasts? I don't think you knew who I was before you saw me, right? Are you here on behalf of the Emperor Sparrow to persuade us to surrender? Han Fei shook his head. No. Have you ever seen a sky opener subduing an immortal level powerhouse? But I'm here to express that the Emperor Sparrow doesn't just represent disaster. We may not have much interaction for the time being, but there shouldn't be any hatred between us. Why don't we watch the growth of the Emperor Sparrow? We can start as allies. Li Luoluo scoffed. Is this the reason why you dare to come to the ferocious beasts alone? Not to mention killing the Emperor Sparrow, there is more than one ferocious beast who can kill the Emperor Sparrow now. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, also, the Emperor Sparrow said that the 7 ultimate divine spider was one of the 8 strongest great monarchs under him in the past. Li Luoluo, this is a reason, but no one can guarantee that after so many years, people won't betray him. Besides, that's the former 7 ultimate divine spider, but it doesn't mean that it's the current 7 ultimate divine spider. Han Fei, also, as the leader of the ferocious beasts, have you never heard of me? What did you do? Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei curiously. It's only been a few hundred years. But you've already left a mark in the sea realm? Han Fei was speechless. Didn't any of you participate in the 100,000 year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty? Li Luoluo said, of course not. Which of the ferocious beasts and divine beasts will go to that competition? If we do, our bones will be torn apart and refined into weapons on our way to the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei said, then I think you should ask around. When I show my real name, which monarch dares to attack me? The corners of Lilualua's mouth twitched. You show off. Have you hooked up with a great monarch? Humph. Han Fei raised his head 45 degrees and looked at the sky proudly. That was decades ago. I was hunted by the monarchs of the heavenly race. I had no choice but to ask for help from my sect. Then, my senior brother stepped on the heavenly gate and stood up for me. Alas, I was too weak. Lilualuo. Seeing Han Fei's smug look, Lilualuo couldn't help but be curious. Who is your senior brother? I've been in the East Sea Divine Realm for so many years. Why didn't I know of such a strong master? Is your senior brother great Monarch East Marshal? It would be too self-aggrandizing for me to tell you this information. I suggest you ask around and you will know the answer. Lilualuo said, Hey, aren't you bragging? Han Fei said, Keep a low profile. Lilualuo. Lilualuo waved her hand. Forget it, I'll ask around myself. However, did you come here just to chat with me? You didn't intend to subdue the ferocious beasts, so you came to chat with me, like Wan Xiaojiao? Han Fei asked, What do you think? Lilualuo, okay. What's the matter exactly? Although our relationship seems okay, it's just my clone who is very familiar with you. In all my memories, you only occupy a very small part. Han Fei didn't listen to Lilualuo's nonsense. She used to be called Variety Devil Girl, so he just listened to what she said. Han Fei said, To be honest, I did pass by the ferocious beasts on this trip. I didn't expect to be exposed, so I purely wanted to take a look. But now, there's something else I really have to ask you. No problem. Old friend, I'm still counting on you to help me find the time worm and the space worm. I'll help you if I can, provided that it doesn't involve anything related to the Emperor Sparrow for the time being. Lilualuo was so straightforward that Han Fei was a little surprised. Han Fei said, Well, do you know the God-burying ridge? Buzz. Lilualuo's pupils were suddenly constricted, and the smile on her face disappeared. Where did you hear this name? Seeing that Lilualuo's attitude had changed so drastically, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Why? Do few people know about the God-burying ridge? Lilualuo took a deep look at Han Fei. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people in this world who know about the God-burying ridge. It's even possible that they are already dead. Now you suddenly ask me about the God-burying ridge. What do you think I should think? Han Fei couldn't help but think of Fifth senior brother. Did he personally witness the death of that demon god? Han Fei thought for a moment and said, Have you forgotten that I took over Puppet City? So I know some ancient secrets. However, Lilualuo still looked at Han Fei, her expression no longer casual. And he said, Han Fei, I thought we were friends. You should be able to see that I'm actually a good monarch. Why did Puppet City have records about this secret? Why did you come? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Lilualuo's reaction was so big. It seemed that she knew the relationship between the demon god and the Tao of extreme balance. Han Fei asked curiously, Is the appearance of the ferocious beasts here also related to the demon god? Han Fei didn't say his purpose immediately, because people believed that the Tao of extreme balance was the demonic path. Their attitude towards the demonic path had always been hostile. Han Fei didn't know what Lilualuo's attitude was. Anyway, he didn't want to ruin their relationship because of this. Han Fei's relationship with Lilualuo was actually just average. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Therefore, Hanfei only pointed out the demon god but didn't say why he was here. However, Li Luoluo looked at Hanfei deeply. Are you here to find a way to extreme balance? Hanfei thought to himself, is it so obvious? Hanfei asked, why do you think so? Can't I come here to kill the demon? Li Luoluo suddenly relaxed. I thought about it. If you want to liberate the raging sea and save the human race, you must have to have the ability to contend with the city of scavengers. This can be seen from the fact that you can grow to this point in just more than 500 years. You are trying your best to become stronger. And the Tao of extreme balance is a path to quickly become stronger, so the possibility of you coming to kill the demon is almost zero. You can only come to become a demon. Hanfei grinned. Do you think I would abandon myself in order to become a demon? You should know that the path I take doesn't allow me to become a demon. Li Luoluo, this is also the reason why I lost my cool just now. I'm thinking. How can you save the human race once you become a demon? Unless you have a way to master the Tao of extreme balance without becoming a demon. Hanfei's heart trembled. Is Li Luoluo so bold guessing? But on the surface, Hanfei's lips twitched. You really think too much. Have you ever heard of anyone who cultivates the Tao of extreme balance and doesn't become a demon? Li Luoluo, I know. The demon god himself doesn't become a demon. In this world, as long as there is a precedent, it's possible. If you don't have such a method, why do you want to find the god-burying ridge? Hanfei said, would you believe me if I say that I want to refer to the Tao of extreme balance and see if I can create a different path? Li Luoluo shook her head. I don't believe it. Sophistry is cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. Since you know that no one in the world can walk the Tao of extreme balance without becoming a demon, you still dare to come. That doesn't make sense. After all, you're not here to see me. Li Luoluo's eyes became brighter and brighter. So, do you really have a way to embark on this path? Hanfei shook his head. I don't. Don't slander me. Hanfei thought to himself, no matter what method Li Luoluo used or what identity she used to ask him, he wouldn't admit it. The fact that he was born with double spiritual heritages might be his greatest trump card in the future. Li Luoluo looked at Hanfei suspiciously. Few people in this world dared to take this path. If Hanfei dared to come to the god-burying ridge just because he had read some ancient records, first of all, this kind of person was definitely a certain kind of paranoid cultivation maniac. Only such a person wouldn't care about becoming a demon. But Li Luoluo knew very well what kind of person Hanfei was. No matter what this guy looked like, he was still a decent person. Since his character hadn't changed, it was impossible for him to come here without complete confidence. Therefore, Li Luoluo's heart stirred. Oh. Congratulations, you've really found the right place. Few people in this world know that the god-burying ridge exists. I even suspect that there isn't anyone who knows that the god-burying ridge is here. Perhaps this information can only be obtained from ancient inheritances. I know that you have a special treasure that can point the way. However, this secret can't be told to others. If you know, I can let you off. But since you've seen me, I can't let you tell a third person or a fourth person, so you need to swear an oath. Hanfei couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he was the one who controlled Li Luoluo. Unexpectedly, the tables had turned. Han Fei said, "I can swear an oath. I won't tell anyone about this." This time, Han Fei made an oath. Li Luoluo was an immortal-level powerhouse. After all, and had lived for countless years. It was useless to play tricks on her. After a while, Han Fei watched his essence blood dissipate in the sky and couldn't help but ask, "Can I ask why you are so secretive about the information of the God-burying ridge?" Li Luoluo, haven't you guessed it? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. So, this is the secret that your entire lineage of ferocious beasts has been guarding. Li Luoluo chuckled. Of course. Han Fei took a deep breath. So, have you entered the demonic Tao? Li Luoluo smiled faintly. Take a guess. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that Li Luoluo was known as the variety devil girl. Furthermore, he suddenly remembered that fifth senior brother said that the devil god had two personalities. After becoming a god, he killed himself. Although fifth senior brother wasn't sure if the demon god was dead, he at least mentioned dual personalities. This made Han Fei recall that Li Luoluo not only had dual personalities, but 7. So, was this a coincidence? She was already an immortal-level cultivator, but she still had 7 personalities? Logically speaking, personalities could be killed. Why couldn't an immortal-level cultivator kill her multiple personalities? It must be because each of her multiple personalities was very powerful. Li Luoluo couldn't kill them, so even a clone of hers could have 7 personalities. Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. How are Li Kiki and Li Kuang recently? Li Luoluo smiled and said, not bad. Occasionally, they come out for some fresh air. But most of the time, they are cultivating. If you come at the right time, you might be able to see them. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Sure enough, Li Luoluo's other personalities were still here. Since they were here, it basically proved that Li Luoluo had become a demon. At the very least, when he cultivated the God-fiend formless technique, his dual spiritual heritages would operate. If the power of one spiritual heritage increased one's strength, so would the power of the other spiritual heritage. That was why the God-fiend formless technique had twice the basic combat power and twice the power enhancement of the heavenly Tao. Then, if Li Luoluo really erupted, would it be 7 times her strength? Han Fei thought for a moment and didn't think so. If all the strength was given to one person, wouldn't there be no checks and balances between the 7 personalities? Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't understand the specific distribution of power between the 7 personalities, so he couldn't understand the benefits and disadvantages of Li Luoluo entering the demonic Tao. But at least, he felt that there was a high chance that Li Luoluo had entered the demonic Tao, but so had he. Han Fei didn't continue to dwell on this question. Since Li Luoluo had expressed it so clearly, Han Fei didn't want to hide anything. He simply said, So, I've sworn my oath. Where is the God-burying ridge? Li Luoluo didn't hide it. With a wave of her hand, a swing chair appeared beside her. She sat down casually and began to sway. She said, the ferocious beasts scattered in the 100-Dragon Mountain range. In the east, the barbaric plains in the south, the continuous mining area in the north, and the storm ridge further west. The place you came from is the 100-Dragon Mountain range, which mainly prevents the 100 alliances and the peripheral forces from entering the ferocious beasts' camp. The barbaric Plains, to put it bluntly, is a battlefield, a place where the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts fight. To the west is a natural chasm called the Storm Ridge, which is said to be a mountainous land. But in fact, this storm is so huge that its wind circle spans billions of kilometers. So far, no more than 10 people have been to the center of the Storm Ridge, and they are all monarchs. Han Fei asked, so, the god-burying ridge is at the center of the storm ridge? Li Luoluo said, you can say that. That place is the entrance to the god-burying ridge. We ferocious beasts have explored the real god-burying ridge countless times, but we haven't been able to find the place where the demon god died. It just so happens that your direction-pointing treasure may come in handy. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. How can you tell me such important information so easily? Li Luoluo said, after all, you are the master of the Emperor Sparrow. Perhaps you can find some clues. Furthermore, we ferocious beasts have been guarding this place for generations. You might as well give it a try first. If you can't even go to the entrance, it won't make any difference whether you come or not. Oh, right, the god-burying ridge is dangerous. After all, this is where a god died. The real god-burying ridge is rife with danger. Don't get killed. Han Fei couldn't understand Li Luoluo because she told him so much information that he suspected that she had a purpose he didn't know. However, Han Fei didn't think the old turtle would randomly ask him to go to a place to die, so he had to go there no matter what. If he really couldn't explore it, he could try again after he liberated the human race and proved his Tao. Anyway, the old turtle had been suppressed for millions of years. He probably wouldn't mind waiting for another 1,000 years. Han Fei asked, then should I go there directly? Li Luoluo, didn't you Ju and Wan Lanlan already pledge loyalty to you? Let them take you there. But I think you'd better do what you can. After all, I still hope you can bring the raging sea into the sea realm. This way, I still have a chance to get the time worm and the space worm and become a great monarch. If you can help me become a great monarch, I will owe you a favor, a favor from a great monarch. Han Fei smiled casually. If I can liberate the human race, I'll give it a try. Even if you don't tell me. Li Luoluo waved her hand, and a teleportation door appeared. She said, don't get killed. You have to know that if you die, the human race will probably have no hope. Han Fei walked to the teleportation door and smiled. Thank you. With that, Han Fei stepped into the portal and disappeared. After Han Fei had left, a cold voice came out of Li Luoluo's mouth. Do you trust this person so much? To be able to be the master of the Emperor Sparrow. This person is definitely ambitious. Don't play with fire and burn yourself. Then a male voice said, to be honest, I'm quite excited. We've guarded this damn place for so long, and it's enough. I think this guy might be the person we're waiting for. Then, a gentle voice said, in any case, the Emperor Sparrow has returned. A chaotic world has already shown signs. I quite hope that little brother Han Fei can obtain the inheritance of the demon god. If he succeeds, this path might be cleared. Li Luoluo's main personality returned. Alright, shut up. It's useless to say too much now. Let's see if he can unveil this chaotic situation. On the other side, Wang Lanlan just sat on the ground without moving, waiting for Han Fei and Li Luoluo to return. With a flash of light, Han Fei appeared in front of him. Wang Lanlan rose and looked at him. Where is Big Luoluo? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned into Yuju again. She didn't come. But she punished you to go to the storm ridge. Oh, okay. Then should we steal some more things? Han Fei laughed. You have to look at the future. These treasures can no longer help you advance easily. Even if you condense a second Dao lock, do you want to condense a third lock by stealing treasures? Wang Lanlan said, of course. Han Fei said, you have to comprehend the law. Having only one Dao lock doesn't mean that you can't prove your Dao. Why are you so obsessed with Dao locks? Wang Lanlan said, but if I have 5 Dao locks, the success rate is higher. Han Fei said, nothing is absolute. Han Fei remembered that senior brother Azure Dragon once said that restriction couldn't really solve the problem. It hadn't been long since Feng Fei reached the perfected star transformation realm, but she was already going to prove her Dao. Had she condensed a Dao lock? Obviously not, but could you say that? After Feng Fei proved Dao, she wasn't as strong as those guys with 5 Dao locks? This wasn't necessarily the case. The strength depended on one's own path. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately condense a Dao lock. Just like the Emperor Sparrow, he condensed a Dao lock because he needed it, but he wouldn't rely on it. Let's go. Wang Lanlan asked, where are we going? Han Fei said, Storm Ridge. I heard that it's also a wonder. If we don't see it with our own eyes, we'll have come in vain. Wang Lanlan perked up. Master Han Fei, are you going too? Yes. There might be thousands of ways to enter Li Luolua's house, but there was only one way out. When Han Fei and Wang Lanlan came out, they saw Wang Xiaojiao sleeping on a huge rock. Just as Han Fei and Wang Lanlan came out, Wang Xiaojiao suddenly opened his eyes and bared his teeth at Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan, you are too much. I went to chat with you out of kindness, but you betrayed me and made me be sent to the wind circle. Don't you have anything to say to me? Wang Lanlan said, you're not alone. I'll go with you. Huh? Wang Xiaojiao was surprised. You're going too? That's right. You two sneaked back. It would be strange if Big Luoluo spared you. But it's good that we have more people. Okay, let's go find Huang Ergu. Wang Lanlan wondered, Huang Ergu? Didn't he succeed in stealing? Wang Xiaojiao chuckled. Succeeded? Huang Ergu has been hung up and beaten up. And then was thrown to the storm ridge half a month ago. Wang Lanlan was surprised at first and then angry. Wow, Wang Xiaojiao, so you deliberately went to me to tempt me and Yuju to come back to steal treasures. Han Fei echoed, yes, he did it on purpose. Wang Xiaojiao said, no. I just wanted you to come back and play with me, but I was caught first. At this time, you happened to bump in and teleported directly to Big Luoluo. You are really unlucky. Wang Lanlan said, cut the crap. I now have reason to suspect that Huang Ergu was also tricked by you. Otherwise, that stupid dog wouldn't have been willing to go to the storm ridge. Wang Xiaojiao ignored her and jumped to Han Fei's side with a swish. He turned into a kitten and stood on Han Fei's shoulder, saying, Jueju, when will you reach the perfected star transformation realm? I didn't see you a few days ago. Han Fei imitated Yuju's tone. I was making a breakthrough at that time, so of course you couldn't see me. Why are you all standing here? Let's go. Compared to the 100 Dragons mountain range, I prefer the Storm Ridge. Wang Xiaojiu blurted out, your skin is thick. Of course you are not afraid. Wang Xiaojiu muttered, it's a pity that Big Luoluo has been hiding more treasures recently, attracting countless people's attention. So far, at least, 3,000 people have gone to the Storm Ridge. Han Fei asked in surprise, so many? Did something happen in the Storm Ridge? Wang Xiaojiu looked at Han Fei in surprise. Huh. Jueju, you finally become smarter. It seems that you've become smarter since I saw you the last time 3,000 years ago. Han Fei snorted. Actually, I've always been quite smart. Wang Xiaojiu sneered. Really? I didn't see it. Wang Xiaojiu said carelessly, a few years ago, a lot of wind demons ran out from the depth of the Storm Ridge, so Big Luoluo increased the number of treasures. Naturally, many people would be hung up, beaten up, and thrown over. Everyone wanted to go to the Storm Ridge to play and by the way steal from Big Luoluo. Why not? A few years ago? Was the old turtle causing trouble? When the old turtle told him the news, he wanted to find the demon god himself. Now that his body had been rebuilt and his memories recovered, he naturally wanted to find the demon god too. Han Fei felt that this possibility was not small. However, if it was really the old turtle's speed was quite fast. He had arrived a few years ago. He didn't know if he would meet him this time. After Wang Xiaojiu and Wang Lanlan chatted for 7 days, they finally arrived at Storm Ridge. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why Wang Xiaojiu went to the 100 Dragon Mountain Range to chat with Wang Lanlan, because Wang Lanlan was very good at chatting. More importantly, these two guys were very good at bragging. For example, Wang Xiaojiu said, you may not believe it, but at that time in Puppet City, Master Emperor Sparrow and I hit it off at first sight. Before he showed up, he took the initiative to chat with me, marveling at my imposing aura and the bearing of a future great monarch. Later, Master Emperor Sparrow fought tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone. How could I sit by and do nothing? Although I didn't know that he was the Emperor Sparrow, he was my friend. How could I just watch him fall into despair? I went up and repelled all enemies, shocking Master Emperor Sparrow. Wang Lanlan stole a glance at Han Fei and echoed, I believe that Lord Emperor Sparrow fights many enemies alone. But you? You really didn't run away? And hey, your way of chatting is not good. You don't give us any food while chatting. How stingy are you? If it were me, I would have given Lord Emperor Sparrow a big clam. Wang Xiaojiu said, what do you know? Is Lord Emperor Sparrow the kind of person who is greedy for food? We are soul friends. Wang Lanlan said, won't your mouth be dry if you keep chatting? Wang Xiaojiu said, what are you talking about? Can we get to the point? Have you heard about Lord Emperor Sparrow fighting a great monarch in the last battle? After that, Lord Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to find me. He said that I was a rare genius among the ferocious beasts and asked if I was willing to follow him. Wang Lanlan asked, then what did you say? Wang Xiaojiu said, I'm definitely a cat with backbone. Although he is the Emperor Sparrow, he won't be able to easily make me submit. I told him that when you become a great monarch, I can consider it. Titter. Han Fei almost burst into laughter. Why the hell didn't I know that you have such a backbone? Slap. Wang Xiaojiao slapped Han Fei's head. What are you laughing at? You can't even chat with Lord Emperor Sparrow. You'll probably kneel on the ground when you see him. Han Fei. Wang Lanlan's heart tightened. She looked at Wang Xiaojiao pitifully, wondering if this guy would be beaten to death. Han Fei bared his teeth. Fine, keep bragging. When we reach the storm ridge, I'll make you a bald cat. The storm ridge was composed of an outer force field and the wind circle. There were actually very few mountains in the periphery. It was more like a plain, because the violent wind had flattened some places that could be flattened. Due to the long-term blowing, sand and stones were flying here, like an endless super sandstorm. Therefore, the periphery was mainly a huge sea of sand. Perhaps because the storm ridge covered a large area and contained a large number of mines, the sand and stones contained a large amount of mineral power. Where there was a mine, there would be a mine demon. There were only a few kinds of mine demons, such as wind snakes, wind birds, wind conchs, and so on, which were collectively called wind demons. Although these mine demons had long been used to the wind fields, a large number of them were sent flying out of the wind circle every day. It was just like how a large number of fish and shrimps would always be left behind when the seawater ebbed. Therefore, the storm ridge needed a large number of ferocious beasts to guard it. Based on the conversation between Wang Lanlan and the others, Han Fei learned that there were 20,000 to 30,000 ferocious beasts permanently stationed in the storm ridge. Because the ferocious beasts were energetic and liked to run, they hunted the wind demons like sheep every day. Because the wind demons belonged to the storms, after they found that they had been blown out, they would find a way to get into the wind circle again. They were not interested in fighting the ferocious beasts. Only those who couldn't get into the wind circle for the time being would fight the ferocious beasts. They were like fish and shrimp, left on the beach after the ebb tide. When the tide rose again, they would return to the sea. Some could even jump and chase the seawater back. Previously, there was no anomaly in the storm ridge, so although there were many wind demons being blown out, the ferocious beasts had to kill them quickly to prevent them from running back. But now, something happened to the storm ridge. Too many wind demons had been blown out of the storm ridge, and they couldn't go back for a while, so the wind demons almost flooded the storm ridge. Therefore, the ferocious beasts guarding the storm ridge were increased, and new ferocious beasts were driven over to guard it every day. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei and the others arrived, they often saw ferocious beasts fighting with wind demons on the sand. For example, Han Fei saw a wind bird mine demon flashing in the sky, and a fox was biting the wings of the wind bird, refusing to let go. As a result, the wind bird bumped around with the fox, raising sand and dust. As soon as Wang Xiaojiao arrived at the storm ridge, he swooshed out and shouted above the sand sea, "Who can tell me where Ergu is? Hey, hey, hey! Answer me if you hear me. Who saw Ergu?" The periphery of the storm ridge was very large, and it was naturally impossible to defend it with only more than 20,000 ferocious beasts, so they could only guard the route to the ferocious beasts. As for other places, they just ignored them. The wind demons were the strongest in the wind circle. Outside the wind circle, their strength would be greatly reduced. If they fought other mine demons, very few wind demons could really survive outside. At this moment, Han Fei had a headache. Why the hell did he have to go with Wang Xiaojiao again? Besides, Han Fei didn't think Huang Ergu would be any better. As the saying went, birds of a feather flocked together. Wang Lanlan and Wang Xiaojiu were a perfect match. Huang Ergu was probably no different either. The only normal person here was Yu Ju. He asked telepathically, "Who is that Huang Ergu?" Wang Lanlan said, "Huang Ergu is a big dog, with a very keen sense of smell. He is also a pure-blooded descendant like us. In the entire ferocious beast lineage, Huang Ergu's sense of smell can be said to be number one. In addition to his sense of smell, this guy has evolved into a talent for tracking. Therefore, under normal circumstances, we will take Huang Ergu with us when we steal things or hunt treasures." Han Fei said, "It sounds interesting, but since he has such talent, why does he still need you?" Wang Lanlan said, "Because he's not good at fighting. He's a dog with 4 Dao locks, but his combat power is mediocre, about the same as mine." Han Fei thought that it was indeed a little low. Wang Lanlan only had 1 Dao lock. It seemed that he had spent all his talent on treasure hunting. Wang Xiaojiu didn't keep a low profile at all. Flying at 30 times the speed of light, he didn't return until half an hour later. Panting, Wang Xiaojiu said, "I heard that Huang Ergu was tricked by Sha Laosan. He said that he was going into the depths of the wind circle to find treasures. He may have already set off. There should still be time for us to chase him." In Han Fei's mind, Wang Lanlan explained. Sha Laosan is a rat sable, a pure-blooded ferocious beast. It's said that he's the descendant of the ancient sky penetrating rat and the wind thunder sable. His treasure hunting ability is even stronger than Huang Ergu's. He originally had 7 siblings and an old mother. In an exploration of the wind circle, in order to snatch a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, 7 of his family of 8 perished. In the end, only he was lucky enough to obtain the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth and survived. Because he was the 3rd child in his family, he was called Sha Laosan. Gradually, he even calls himself Laosan. He said that he had forgotten his original name. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. In order to hunt a treasure, his entire family was sacrificed. This person's life is really tragic. Wang Lanlan said, "Well, Sha Laosan used to be quite active and had a good relationship with us. Later, he became more antisocial and wandered in the wind circle all day long. Of course, like Jueju, he liked to dig holes. However, although this sea of sand is sand, there are many mineral sand, so it's not easy to dig. He can't dig as fast as Jueju." At this moment, Wang Xiaojiu suddenly came close. "What are you two whispering about? Why are you talking behind my back?" Wang Lanlan glared at Wang Xiaojiu and said angrily, "I'm telling Jueju that Sha Laosan must have found a good treasure. Otherwise, he would have gone there himself and wouldn't have dragged Huang Ergu with him. Anyway, you are here. We must chase them." Wang Xiaojiu was lost for words. "Why do you have to chase them when I'm here?" Wang Lanlan said, "Because you are the strongest among us." Han Fei said, "You go first, and I'll go second. I've just advanced to the perfected star transformation realm. I don't want to die in the wind circle as soon as I come to the storm ridge." Wang Xiaojiu was speechless. "Jueju, why are you still so timid? It seems that you haven't learned any of my outstanding qualities. If you want to cultivate, how can you follow the prescribed order? If you are so timid, how can you get through the test of your Dao heart and let your Dao heart weather through the monarch level tribulation?" Let me tell you, even Huang Erge dares to enter, but you don't dare to? Han Fei said, Huang Erge has 4 Dao locks. Wang Xiaojiu said, but he is still useless, no better than you at all. Let's go. Don't waste time. If we're too slow and the tunnel they dug collapses, we won't be able to find them. Wang Lanlan asked, are you sure you can find where they went in from? Wang Xiaojiu said, how can this stump me? I've dug holes with him, and I know his digging habits very well. Before he does anything big, he will definitely pay tribute to his mother and siblings. The hole is right there. Alas! I said too much, Baba. Don't tell anyone what I said. And don't tell anyone. Han Fei pretended to be honest. I won't. Wang Lanlan said, I never joke with Sha Laosan. After about half an hour, Wang Xiaojiu took Han Fei and the others to a sand dune outside the storm ridge. The wind and sand filled the sky, and Han Fei seemed to see an endless black wall. This was the wind wall of the storm ridge. The wind in the storm ridge had swept up too much sand and dust, so if you looked at it from a distance, you would find that half of the world had been blocked, forming a black wall. But that was not the case. The density of the sand in the sandstorm was gradual, so it looked like a wall. Wang Xiaojiu slapped Han Fei. Jueju, dig. Dig, well there's no one here. Han Fei thought to himself, Wang Xiaojiu is such a big mouth. If his identity is known by him, he probably won't be able to keep it a secret for a few days. If he doesn't tell others, he may suffocate to death. Therefore, Han Fei could only endure it for the time being. When he had a chance, he would bring Wang Xiaojiu over and beat him up. Digging was a basic skill. Of course, Han Fei could do it. He could only temporarily serve as a laborer. This was the first time Han Fei had excavated this kind of sand sea filled with the power of minerals. This excavation required a huge demand on strength. This made Han Fei understand why there were so many people mining in the infinite mining area. It was because the excavation of minerals was very difficult and required extremely high strength, so mining here could last for a long time. Although Han Fei didn't dig up the real essence, he felt that the sand was not easier to dig than minerals. Different from mines, mining in mines was a process of destroying mines. Although top-level minerals would radiate around and give birth to associated mines, mining itself was a kind of destruction. But the sand in the storm ridge was different. Mining here meant softening the sand first and then compacting it around to form a channel. The power of the storm here was very strong and affected the ground veins, so there was no other way to dig a lasting path unless a tunnel was made. Even if Han Fei could dig a channel now, it would collapse in half an hour. Wang Xiaojiu said, dig in this direction. Yes, in this direction. Come on. Accelerate. Han Fei said, stop nagging. Can't you see I'm digging? Wang Xiaojiu said, Jueju, you disappoint me. Now that you've reached the perfected star transformation realm, your digging speed should be much faster. Han Fei suggested, why don't you do it? Hey! Jueju, your temper became worse. Wang Lanlan rolled her eyes. She wondered how Wang Xiaojiu would react when he found out that the Emperor Sparrow was right next to him. After half an hour, God knew how far Han Fei had dug. It was probably more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Although Han Fei was extremely strong, he couldn't help but admire those who could keep digging. He even missed the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. If only that guy were here. Suddenly, Han Fei dug out a hole with a bang. He looked again and found that it was an underground space made of minerals. The space was not big, less than 3,000 meters. The surroundings were compressed with minerals and sealed with a spiritual barrier to create such a large space. Otherwise, this space would have collapsed long ago. In the entire space, only 7 memorial tablets, 1 big, 6 small, were placed at the center. This should be the place where Sha Laosan commemorated his family. Wang Lanlan said, "They're not here. They seem to have set off." Sha Laosan must be angry that we dug our way into here, right? Wang Xiaojiu said, "That's because they didn't wait for us. Besides, we didn't destroy this place." With that, Wang Xiaojiu pointed to a loose place and said, "It collapsed not long ago." That's it. Han Fei repaired the place where the spiritual barrier of the mine was broken. He thought to himself, let's keep digging. If we can dig all the way to the center of the storm ridge, it will be good. At least we should be able to avoid a large number of wind demons. As for why he was led by Wang Xiaojiu to find treasures for no reason, he didn't know. However, if Huang Ergu and Sha Laosan's treasure hunting ability and perception ability were top-notch, they might be able to help him. It shouldn't hurt to keep them by his side for the time being. However, if he really wanted to take them to the center of the storm ridge, these people would have to all be under his command. Of course, it depended on whether they had the strength to go there. They were all pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Except for Yu Ju, they were all Dao Lock-level powerhouses. He didn't mind having more subordinates like this. As for Li Luoluo, he didn't really understand her thoughts yet. However, he didn't doubt that Li Luoluo wanted to find the time worm and the space worm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have appeared in the raging sea. On the other side, in the vast sand of the storm ridge, somewhere under the sand, a little yellow dog and a long rat were sprinting under the sand sea. The yellow dog said, "Old Sha, wait a minute. Why do I feel that something is wrong? I smell decay. Is the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth you mentioned guarded by an ancient mine demon? You know, a mine demon of that level is usually a dead strong master who still has a certain level of consciousness or extraordinary power." Sha Laosan's voice was slightly deep. This is how the wind circle is. Although the other party may be dangerous, if we succeed, we may gain a lot. Ergu, you already have 4 Dao locks. If we succeed this time, I will help you condense the 5th Dao locks with my savings. At that time, once your 5 Dao locks are solidified, you'll be able to prove Dao. Big Luoluo will help you, I will help you, and everyone will help you. Huang Ergu was tempted, but his cautious attitude still made him doubt. I don't think I can succeed in proving Dao just because I have 5 Dao locks. Besides, look at Wang Xiaojiu. He has already had 5 Dao locks, but he hasn't proven Dao yet. Everyone's situation is different. You think that Wang Xiaojiu can't prove his Dao? In fact, he is just waiting for opportunities and looking for opportunities. Otherwise, why do you think he participated in the northern expedition last time? Facts have proven that this northern expedition was as dangerous as the previous ones, and he didn't get any opportunities. Ergu. Opportunities are created by ourselves and won't take the initiative to go to you. We pure-blooded ferocious beasts can easily have 5 Dao locks as long as we slowly absorb resources and cultivate slowly. Indeed, we can have 5 Dao locks. But you have to understand that the Dao locks exist for those without opportunities. Those who are truly lucky and have endless opportunities don't need Dao locks at all. Huang Ergu was persuaded by Sha Laosan. He nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go. However, if we encounter any danger that we can't defeat, retreat immediately. Don't hesitate at all. Compared to opportunities, I cherish my life more." Sha Laosan, "I cherish my life more than you do. My mother and brothers have all died. I am their only hope. I have to carry their hope to live. I have to prove my Tao. Otherwise, how can I face them?" Stop. After more than an hour, Sha Laosan suddenly stopped digging. He said, "We've arrived. What smell did you smell?" Huang Ergu sniffed around. The power of minerals here is exceptionally strong, about 5 times stronger than in the sand sea of the Storm Ridge. Apart from the rotten smell, I seem to smell the smell of laws. Huang Ergu's eyes widened. Yes, it's a law. Did you come because you feel the power of a law? Sha Laosan nodded. That's right. It's the power of laws, and it's the power of laws that's been concealed or even sealed. What you're feeling now is just the dispersion of laws. What does it mean that such very clear laws can be continuously released? Huang Ergu's eyes gradually lit up. It means that it emanated from something. This thing is immortal, and the law will last forever. However, I also smelled a rotten breath, which I felt more clearly than before. A strong master must have died here in the past, or this kind of breath wouldn't have appeared. Sha Laosan licked the corner of his mouth and said, 100 kilometers. Ahead of us is a solid mine under the sea of sand. What does it mean to have a solid mine in the Storm Ridge? Huang Ergu said, it means that it's an extremely high-level mine. It should be at least a level 5 mine. It can't be lower. Sha Laosan said, more than that. Sniff again. Huang Ergu sensed it again. After a while, he said, I feel the heat dispersing with the power of minerals has a slight direct effect on me. Well, this solid mine is at least a level 6 mine. Sha Laosan licked the corner of his mouth. That's right. Even this mountain is a level 6 mine. You can imagine what the thing or treasure hidden in the mountain is like. Ergu, our chance is here. Huang Ergu was instigated. This time, he was indeed shocked again. Even the sealed place was made of a level 6 mine. How powerful was the hidden opportunity? Huang Ergu finally calmed down. Why didn't you ask Wang Xiaojiu to come with you? With that guy here, if there is really a problem with his speed, we have a high chance of escaping. Sha Laosan said, Ergu, there are few good things in this world. You said I should take Wang Xiaojiu with us, but he has already condensed 5 Dao locks. He needs opportunities more than us. Once he gets the opportunity, he might be able to directly prove Dao. But what about you and me? Are we going to snatch his opportunity to prove Dao? Huang Ergu thought to himself, that's true. In fact, opportunities should be obtained by one person. This way, it's easiest to reach the sky in a single step. This time, Sha Laosan took him with him, probably because he was afraid that if he was in danger, it would be difficult for him to survive alone. Huang Ergu said that if they succeeded this time and the opportunity could be divided between them, then they would split it. If the opportunity couldn't be split evenly, he would guarantee to provide him with enough resources to help him condense the fifth Dao lock. But if Wang Xiaojiao was also included, how could Xiao Laosan bribe Wang Xiaojiao? If the opportunity was taken by Wang Xiaojiao, wouldn't they get nothing in the end? Huang Erge took a deep breath and said, let's continue to dig. If that place is a solid mine, it won't be easy for us to dig through or break the foundation of the mine. Xiao Laosan said, don't worry. I've been damaging the foundation of this mine for a long time. I'm only one step away from breaking through this mine in no more than 4 hours. We'll have to play to the score. If we encounter an invincible opponent, we'll have to retreat first. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Xiao Laosan and Huang Ergu were digging out the foundation of the mine that spanned more than 20,000 kilometers. This mine had existed for too long and was almost integrated with the ground, veins, and the sea of sand. Only by destroying its foundation could they truly destroy the mine. At this moment, because of the actions of the two of them, this place had already begun to sink into the depths of the sea of sand. And cracks had already appeared in many parts of the mine. Because of this, the rotten breath became more and more intense, and so did the breath of the law. Both of them were extremely vigilant at this moment. If they found anything wrong, they would leave quickly. Xiao Laosan laid a hand on the mine and slowly turned it into sand. This was a strange ability that could soften the mineral into sand. He said, I will try my best to dig a way out. Ergu, your sense of smell is unparalleled. You can detect the enemy's energy fluctuations and laws through your sense of smell. So it's up to your judgment later. Huang Ergu's heart skipped a beat. Understood. Don't talk. The power of the mineral was slowly entering Xiao Laosan's body, swimming throughout his body, and then leaking out from every corner of Xiao Laosan's skin. Xiao Laosan was like a steamed crab. At this moment, his combat power was at his peak. He was ready to launch a peak strike at any time. An hour later, Huang Ergu said for the 7th time, I can't feel any violent energy fluctuations. Although the law is rich, the fluctuations are not large and the danger is not high for the time being. Xiao Laosan said, I've already sensed the internal barrier. It's more difficult to turn it into sand. It may take another hour. Another hour later. Huang Ergu said for the 13th time, I didn't feel any danger. Have you cleared it? Boom. While Huang Ergu was asking, the inner barrier of this mine was broken by Xiao Laosan. In the next moment, Huang Ergu and Xiao Laosan immediately retreated and were ready for battle. This was because the moment the passage was completely opened, the rich power of law surged at their faces. The power of laws of this level made them feel great pressure. But soon, Huang Ergu and Xiao Laosan stopped, because there was no killing intent, no additional power dissipating, no soul impact, and nothing here. It was as if this place was just a place where the power of laws was rich. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Laosan said, don't panic. It doesn't look like there's any danger. Let's go take a look. Therefore, the two of them turned back and lay at the broken entrance. Braving the impact of the law, they looked into the inner space of the mine. What they saw stunned them. Oh my big Luoluo, oh my God, third brother, we become rich. Huang Ergu's eyes widened like copper bells. Gulp. Xiao Laosan was also shocked. He saw that there was a space of about 1,000 square meters inside the mine, and the walls in this space were not all made of minerals. They saw many divine crystals, which were minerals that had been contaminated with divinity. They could no longer be described as minerals. The divine crystals were comparable to level 8 minerals, and there were thousands of them, embedded on the rock mineral walls disorderly. Sha Laosan said, "It's because the minerals were contaminated with divinity. After a long time of corrosion, they became divine crystals." Huang Ergu asked, "Look, isn't that the heavenly Tao jade essence?" "It's so big. There are so many of them." In the mind space, there was a 6-prism-like jade marrow. It was clearly the heavenly Tao jade marrow, which was produced due to the assimilation effect of the power of the heavenly Tao. There were only 8 of them here, each of which was priceless. If the heavenly Tao jade marrow was used to cultivate, not only could the body and the soul be strengthened, but it could even better help the soul fuse with the heavenly Tao. However, as their gazes moved down, suddenly both of them held their breath. This was because at the center of the 8 heavenly Tao jade essences, there was a mind demon dressed strangely. Yes, a mind demon dressed in clothes, but his body was not made of minerals, but divine crystals. And the rich power of laws was escaping from this mind demon's body. Huang Ergu asked, "This is because he has been contaminated by divinity for a long time, so this ancient strong cultivator, along with himself, has turned into divine crystals?" Sha Laosan said, "It looks like it. Look, the yellowish-brown mud at the bottom is the chaotic spiritual soil. It's said that it can nurture corpses and keep them intact. It seems that this person died in ancient times." Huang Ergu asked, "What should we do? Dig all these out and take them back?" Sha Laosan pondered for a moment. "Don't panic. This person seems to have died long ago. Perhaps he struggled for hundreds of thousands of years, but failed to persist." Huang Ergu said, "Who cares? Anyway, the resources here belong to us. Ha ha ha. We're rich this time. There's almost no doubt that I can condense the 5th Tao lock." Sha Laosan said, "I didn't sense any mysterious arrays here." "Ergu, do you smell essence blood?" Huang Ergu shook his head. "Not at all. It seems that this former strong cultivator has indeed completely perished, not even leaving a trace of his soul." As they talked, the two had already entered the cave. Huang Ergu stared at the divine crystals and the heavenly Tao jade essence. But Sha Laosan had already come to the strong cultivator's jade-like body. An eye opened between his eyebrows. He wanted to see if he could pry into this strong cultivator's law. This might be an opportunity to prove Tao. However, at the moment when his third eye peeped over, suddenly, a sharp soul thorn pierced through his third eye with a puff. Instantly, Sha Laosan shouted, "Ergu, run!"